Okay, starting up the streams. Haven't done this in like 3 months. Hey, look at that. I got the transcoder. So lucky. Okay. Probably post on Discord that I'm going live. A stream plan, right? Yep. Okay. Forget everything. I forget how to do all the things. Okay. First stream of 2021 has begun. I'm going to be... What am I going to be doing? Rewriting game front end using you, right? I'm going to be experimenting with rewriting the front end of my game from JavaScript, React plus Redux to Rust U. Okay, I posted there. Okay, it's been a long time. So this is stream number 431. Stream 430 was December of last year. I did some advent of code stuff in December, but really haven't done anything streaming-wise since then. I've been hanging out in other people's streams and sort of working on my own, not streaming, for a while. I guess I should look at what we were doing in the last stream back in December. So, December. Yeah, I had been in the process of porting the backend. Oh, Dr. Padawan, you are the first here who is not me or my bot. Welcome, Dr. Padawan. And thank you for the sub while I was gone for such a long time. Hey, you are first. Now look at that, you got that gold gear. Yeah, so it's been a long time. Keeping the faith. Yeah, so since hey, Pyro Frosty, you are number 2. Hello. First stream of 2021. 2021 just began, didn't you know? Boy Camp Phil, you are number 3. Mr. Halsey, you are number 4. Hello. And hello. Yeah, it's been a long time. So just recapping, kind of connecting to what I was doing before the huge break in December. It was like the beginning of December. Hey, 715209. I think you're number 6 now. I'm going to lose count, though. Who posted that, actually? Yeah, we're not going to allow that. Okay. Goodbye. All right, so yeah, back in December, before I did Advent of Code, oh, thank you, Mr. Halsey, I had been working on porting my game to Rust on the back end, so I was working on the Raft consensus algorithm. Epic Unknown, 22 months. Wow. Rally Monkey, 27 months, so they're kind of flood in now, I guess. And WTF Blub, how are you doing? 715209, how are you? Stop changing what? What is this, you madness? This is all part of my change to Rust, because I really like Rust now. So if you don't like Rust, sorry. But it's all going to be Rust for me for a while. Okay. What else did I miss? Yeah, so thank you, Epic Unknown and Rally Monkey, for your huge 22 and 27 month resubs. Sounds rusty. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm trying to stay focused here. So the last time I streamed was in December. I did Advent of Code, but before Advent of Code, I've been working on rewriting my my Raft consensus algorithm in Rust. I actually finished that off stream, and I got enough of the back end running so that I can get a cluster up. It doesn't actually do anything yet, and I reached the point where I needed to have some of the front end to work with it. So you meant have fun with Rust. Okay, as long as I'm happy, yeah, exactly. Use whatever you like, whatever makes you happy, whatever suits the task at hand. Hey there, Lycan. How are you doing? And Jackamus P, hello. All right, so I'm kind of rusty. See what I did there? Hey, TS Just. So I haven't streamed in like 3 months, so You'll have to cut me a little slack because I'm a little bit rusty. All right. Yeah, it's a Rhino stream. Okay, so as I was saying, I finished the Raft consensus algorithm. I guess I can do a recap through the code if anyone is interested. But yeah, fast forward 3 months. I have my game cluster running. Doesn't actually run a game yet, but it's the bare minimum to run the game cluster. And I'm like, why not try the front end Rust development library, to see if I can do the entire game in Rust. Said it twice. Yeah, that's right. I'm very rusty. So yeah, maybe just walk through what I've done so far. So, where to begin? Probably from Webpack Common. Why not? Why not right at the very beginning? So the way that I've learned how to do a front end in U is to use something like Webpack to really help things out. So I had to learn Webpack. Of course, there are lots of other alternatives, but this one just sounded fun for me. So anyway, the way I have it set up in Webpack is you have a Webpack configuration, and I found it convenient to break it up into a common part and then a section for development, a section for production, right? Hey, LumaCode. How are you? So the common part, same for development and production, says where's our entry point. And unfortunately, we do have to have a little bit of non-Rust, a little bit of JavaScript, but not much. So that's the entry point. It tells Webpack the root of our tree, so to speak, on what to select for packaging up our app. Aw, thanks for the resub, JackMSP. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Sarian, how are you doing? Wow, all these people. I really appreciate the community. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't stream, because why bother, right? Unless there were nice people like you out there to watch me. I'm doing better. Thank you for asking. So anyway, entry point, right? And I'm going to get totally, like, distracted for the first hour, I'm sure, with all these resubs and people coming in, but that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Sir, CM Griffing, and Dota to Attitude. Hello. I think Chris is still streaming, but hello anyway. All right, so entry point. This is what Webpack uses to figure out it's kind of like picking up a tree and saying, well, and shaking it, saying, what do we actually need to put in our package, right? So if I go to main.js, you can see it says what requires our CSS. Okay, the Webpack's going to pull up the CSS also, and it's also going to import this PKG. And here's where it gets a little bit weird, because you see I have a PKG, but it's not checked in to Git. It's actually a build artifact of the Rust. The way that works is going back to Webpack. We have one of our plugins is the WASM-Pack plugin. All right, WASM-Pack plugin uses the WASM-Pack program to build a PKG. Clicked on the wrong thing. To build a PKG package out of a Rust crate using WebAssembly. Hey there, ToggleBit. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Is this from the beginning, or have you already started? I started about almost 9 minutes ago. So this is pretty much the start. Yeah. And hey there, Mr. Sir, you're in chat too. Hi. Romania Hate, how are you doing? All right. Yeah, I'm going to be a little frazzled. Remember, I haven't streamed in like 3 months, so it's like I'm a new streamer. Same old React. No, we're not moving out of, we're not using React anymore. We're doing U and Webpack and WebAssembly. It's all new stuff for 2021 for the new year, right? Oh, you're using React. Okay. Why are you still using React? That's so 2020. Okay, anyway, the magic here that's not quite so obvious, so maybe it deserves a little a comment here. PKG actually is built from our Rust crate using WASM-Pack. This is orchestrated by Webpack. There we go. Did not progress at all. I know you. Well, that's okay. You know, at least you're in 2020. Some people I know are still in 2010. The new Raimu? What's the new Raimu? And I forgot to say hi to Raleigh Monkey. Raleigh Monkey. Where was your chat? Oh, right there. Still remember when you were a brand new streamer and you got flustered during big raids? Yeah. I get, I don't want to say the word rusty because it's such a bad pun, but yeah, I'm a little bit rusty. Anyway, the magic here, you just have to realize it's Webpack is going to call WebAssembly pack to take our Rust crate and compile it to WebAssembly and make it a PKG folder. All right. So essentially this require pulls in our style sheet and this import pulls in our Rust crate. And after it's pulled in, this run app is going to go through a little JavaScript to Rust shim layer to call a function called run app in our Rust, which is in here at the bottom. Run app. This wasm-bindgen macro or attribute, maybe both, will expose run app to the JavaScript as some kind of export. I don't quite understand the magic there, but essentially allows us to call Rust from JavaScript. It's pretty neat. Hey, there's Silent Z. We'll come back as this. Raise your hand if you use the Rusty pun. Yeah, I think everyone has. Hey, Cloudhawk. 13, how are you doing? And Murdium, how are you? Who's that? Yeah, who's this guy? Who's this guy? So this is all the JavaScript we need, but it does a fair amount, especially with Webpack. So anything I need to say more about Webpack? I guess so. Some of the other plugins I use, the HTML Webpack plugin generates our index.html. And there are, of course, lots of options you can add here, but the only one I really needed was to set the title. And the copy Webpack plugin is it for all the static files that I have. You don't have to do it this way, but I chose to do it this way. Is I wanted all the files that don't really change, like the fonts, SVGs, icons, stuff like that, to be just static files, so they're just copied in, and kind of minimize what Webpack actually chews on. So the only things that it really chews on, so to speak, are the JavaScript, the main.javascript, which then pulls in the style sheet and the WebAssembly package. So in the final product, the JavaScript, the CSS, and the WebAssembly will all be kind of chewed up by WebAssembly and made into a package. Hey there, Pro Table Flipper and Nui. And thank you, Murdium. All right, so let me just glance at what package is generated, because it is kind of actually a bit interesting. They actually generate a .gitignore for you. Basically, being a nice house guest, they generate the gitignore that says, hey, just ignore me. I'm not supposed to be checked into version control. And that generates an index.js, which pulls in the WASM, the WebAssembly. And then I believe this is the exports back up to JavaScript of all the stuff that's available in Rust. Radon90, thank you for the 21 months. Wow. Triple baby rage. Okay, and then this WASM wbindgen start, I believe that's running all the code that's necessary to glue the WebAssembly and the JavaScript together. So, of course, we can't look at WebAssembly, at least I don't know how to, but we can look at the JavaScript, and it's basically a bunch of boilerplate stuff. I think this is all just all the random things needed to get to basically marshal data and function calls between JavaScript and Rust. So it's all gobbledygook and undecipherable by me, but it just works. So I'm like, hey, if you work and you do what I want, that's fine. I don't need to understand you. I think it also generates this package.json, and I did another thing here to make sure that the version number is in one place. Yeah. So I decided I wanted Rust to be the source of all truth for this package. So in my cargo toml, I have the version number. This is the only place I need to change it, right? Now, as you know, JavaScript packages also have version numbers. So what did I do to make sure I didn't have to put the version number in two places? Well, in my Webpack, I actually parse, where is it? And maybe it's in here somewhere. Where did I do this? Now I can't find it. Did I put it in here? Are my eyes just not seeing it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So, this is to get the version number into the runtime for Rust. Yeah, I basically take the cargo toml and parse it. Read it. Take the toml file, parse, read it in. Start over again. Take the toml file, read it in from the file system, parse it as toml, and grab the package version out of it. I guess I also at one point, because this has sort of been evolving, at one point I did take this version number and applied it to the overall package. Like I put it into module exports. I think you can list a version here, or I had another. That's right. It started out as there being a version number in package.json, but I removed it because it was not necessary. Instead, I grab it during the build time from the toml directly and feed it into Rust. Because really the only code that I care about here is the Rust code. How much faster do you expect it to be considering that Wasm was used here? I actually don't know. I expect it to be a little bit slower, but I've been told WebAssembly is pretty fast. So, and I'm not sure exactly how to compare it. Unless I were to like make an experiment where I like apples to apples comparison between JavaScript and Rust. And then I'm like, well, how do you make a fair comparison? Because Rust is going to be faster at some things and slower at other things compared to JavaScript. So yeah, I don't really know. The driving factor for here is that I would like to write everything in Rust. Because, for example, I can make common packages like the messages that are going across the public API for the game here. So right now there's only 2 of them, but this is going to be where every message that the client in the front end will be able to send to the game servers, right? So in one place I can specify how the front end will serialize it and how the back end will deserialize it. And then on the other direction for the server to client messages, same thing. How is the backend going to serialize it, and how is the front end going to deserialize it? So in the past, I had to like have a C++ version of this for the backend and a JavaScript version for the front end. Now I don't. Now the front end and the backend can share code, which is also awesome. Wasm still needs to call JavaScript for all the DOM manipulations, so that won't get faster. Yeah, probably. The cool thing about that is I believe the Wasm bindgen and the U libraries make that pretty much as if I was able to import the JavaScript directly. So what's an example of that? I don't have a direct example of that yet. Well, I guess I can say that the WebSocket stuff is an example of that. So where to jump for that? Yeah, okay, this connect thing right here, right? So you know in JavaScript, you can do a JavaScript or WebSocket new, right? Let me find where I did that in JavaScript. Middleware, game connection, and then it's right here, right? You just say new WebSocket, right? And then you attach event listeners, open, close, etc., message to do your bidding. So in U, they represent it a little bit differently. Instead of it just being called a WebSocket, it's called a Websocket Service, and it's a singleton class, I guess you can say. There's a class method called connect, and it gives you back a WebSocket task, kind of like a future or a promise, whatever word makes sense to you. Basically, it's an object representing that an ongoing work to connect and use a WebSocket. I kind of like the syntax from JavaScript better because where did it go? I already lost it because I didn't pin it. Let's pin it this time. Yeah, I like the syntax in JavaScript better because it's plainer. It's like, okay, this is a WebSocket. Whereas in U, it's a little bit clumsier. It's go to a WebSocket service, tell it to connect, and you get back a WebSocket task. But rough equivalent, WebSocket task is roughly the same as this WebSocket. Only they do the listeners for you, and instead of attaching listeners, you give it callbacks. So that's right here, this callback and this notification. I don't know why they called them that, because they're both essentially callbacks. One is for this WebSocket message. Where is that? Oh yeah, that's when you receive a message, text or binary, right? That's what this, hold on. I'm a little bit confused here. Where am I? Right here. This callback given here is for messages, text messages and binaries. This notification is when the WebSocket gets open, closed, or if there's an error. I'm not sure I understand why they divided it between the two. In my WebSocket implementation, I just had one queue for both text and binary messages as well as these notifications, but they split it for some reason. Anyway, essentially you get called back whenever it gets opened, it gets closed, or if there's an error, or if you receive a text or a binary, right? And the way U works is self is a component, and when it's constructed, you're given a link, which is your hook back into the framework, so to speak, and through that self link, you can construct functions or function objects which, when called, emit messages back to your component. So self-link callback with WebSocket, message WebSocket, makes a function we can pass to WebSocket Service Connect that when the WebSocket Service calls it, ends up generating this WebSocket message and giving it back to our update function. So that comes down here, right? And I think I did a similar thing for notification, right? Yeah, so batch callback is the same, only you can have more than one, and or 0 or more. So yeah, so if it's opened, I get a message opened, which ends up going here, right? Okay, let me catch up in chat. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. Well, I've been online. I just haven't been the one behind the camera. I've been on the viewer end for the last 3 months. Game connection? Well, we're not going back to the JavaScript part of that, but we might be going to callback hell. It's sort of a misnomer, though, because this function I don't really care about. I immediately give it back to you. All I really care about is I say, I want this message generated, and then when it gets generated, I handle it in my update. So I don't care if callback could be a function, it could be a token, it could be a string. I don't really care. It's just a mechanism. I could call it a florb or something, right? Self.link.callback gives me a florb, and I give that florb to the WebSocket Service Connect. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to know about it, wash my hands of it. I just know that whenever we get a text message, binary message, or a notification, it's going to come back to me as a message sent to update. This message right here. How's Rust treating me? Really well, actually. So well that I'm just getting deeper and deeper into it. What's the reason for rewriting the front end in Rust? 2 reasons. The main one is that I'm really, really into Rust and trying to learn more of it and get better at it. The second reason is it gives me an interesting opportunity to share code. So like I was showing before, I am able to make a common library called game message that both the front end and the back end can use this code to marshal messages across the WebSocket. So the client can serialize this message, and the server can then deserialize it. And if I were to add a new message type here, florb, I32, now I don't have to do anything else. I automatically now have added the ability for the client to make a florb and for the server to deserialize and receive that florb. Hey there, Endorn. Is this real life or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality. Muscavage, how are you doing? You could share this code through WasmBindGen without rewriting all my front end? I suppose, but then if I want to keep developing the front end, I'm still in JavaScript land. I'm much happier in Rustville. I actually didn't really know enough about WasmBindGen to consider that Muscaubish, but by the time I learned enough about WasmBindGen, I'm like already learning that I can share code like this between front end and back end, and like that sold it for me. It's like, okay, now if I can share more and more code between front end and back end. But the big reason that I'm doing all this is that I like Rust. Okay, so I don't have much of the app going yet. You can see I was playing around with WebSockets. I started porting the different activities of the front-end app. Some of them are ridiculously simple, like the loading activity is just prints loading. So that's what you see before it actually loads the client configuration, just as loading. That's it. So this is actually a nice minimal U component that I can show. What is U? I need a command for that. All right. To learn more about U, we would go to Bing, because we don't do Google on stream, and we do Are We Web Yet? We go to the first link. Yes, and it's freaking fast. There's no dark mode for this anyway. Down here, at some point, it will say, Rust can be run in the browser by compiling to WebAssembly. U and Seed allow you to create front-end web apps that almost feels like React. So I'm like, shoot, that sells it for me. I actually looked at both U and Seed. Seed is more functional, but they don't have hooks yet. So I'm like, okay, I'll wait. Maybe you can reconsider when they have hooks done for state management, right? So instead I went with U. And if I was going to make a command for U, I'd probably just grab their line here, right? So add com U, paste. And now when you type U, it'll say U is a modern Rust framework for creating multi-threaded front-end web apps with WebAssembly. That's perfect. Should probably have a... They have a homepage. Why don't they link to their homepage? Why? Oh, that's open collect. Is it here? Ah, here we go. We should probably link to that. So edit com U. Let's grab that and then grab this link. To learn more, visit that. U. Oh, I did the wrong. I capitalized it. My bot's case sensitive. There we go. Fixed it. All right. Now what else did I miss? Got to try to learn Rust again, if you want to. Just remember, there's no one language that everyone should use, one framework that everyone should use, or one library. There's a lot of personal preference, team choice, suitability for the task. There's a lot of variables to consider. If there's only an append U command, I know Endurn. I actually thought about that. I'm like, I just want to take the old command and add something to it. Yeah, link to the website, exactly. All right. Anyway, I would recommend going to that page to learn more about it. So this is minimally what you would have for a component. And it's like React's component classes. So this is primarily oriented around the view aspect. So this view function ends up being the major function, from my understanding. But it also combines in with that the life cycle and state management. So you see that there are props passed in. You get to define the type of the properties. If you don't need any properties, you just use unit. There's also controller stuff. So this link. So in order to like trigger messages and other things to happen throughout your app, you'd use this link, like I was showing earlier. The difference here between update and change is called if your props change. update is called if you receive a message. And this message type is very important in the controller view or model view controller interconnection, so to speak. So the idea is that in the view, you would construct things in the user interface like buttons, and those buttons would have props like onChange that are essentially callbacks that need to be called if the user clicks the button, right? And those callbacks through the component link, emit these messages back through the update of your component. That's essentially what I understand about components so far. The component itself is where you would store your state, unless you have some higher order thing like Redux. And there's like a Udux I read about this morning that you can offload the work of managing state to. But if you don't use anything else, you just use you would put all your state inside of the actual component. And you have access to the state in all these methods, in the view, in the change, the update, even in the create. Having fun with obfuscation for an interview test you're taking. Obfuscation was your own addition to it. You have hidden a secret string in the code. And the obfuscation is split into several stages to severely minimize probability just changing a bool to get the answer. Huh. Cool. Tried to get rid of Redux and use React hooks makes code easier to reason about. I think there are pros and cons of both. It comes down to an architectural decision of where do you place your state. Some people really like centralizing the state. They usually hear the term one source of truth or single source of truth. Other people don't like that. They would rather have the state closer to the leaf nodes of the component tree, and that's the opposite approach. And some people like a mixture of both. Hey there, Oblivioner. How are you doing? Hi. You like OOP type classes with methods you can call and test? This is as close to object-oriented programming as you'll get in Rust, is a structure with functions that take self. That's essentially it. There's a little bit more if you start defining traits and implementing traits, but not much. Okay, I gotta pace myself with talking because I haven't streamed in 3 months and my throat is parched already. Time to hydrate. Okay, I should actually try to get some work done today. So I had been playing around in the main lib here, this commented out code here. I have a toggle button, which I was using to play around with issuing the connect and disconnect messages. And like I was showing before, the connect message connects to the back end. And I had hard-coded the URL for now. And the disconnect was to drop the WebSocket to disconnect. And then I also had a normal button called fetch that was for testing out the fetch API. Now, I don't think that this is too gross, but I've read a lot about how people using the U library don't think that the fetch API is very ergonomic. They think it's kind of clumsy. I don't think it's too bad. So the idea is, just like the WebSocket service, there's another service called the fetch service, which is, again, like a singleton class. It's kind of a thing. There's no instance of fetch service. There's just one fetch service, and it's got global functions, essentially. Think of it as a namespace, almost. So you go to its namespace and call fetch. And you build a HTTP request. So here's our URL, and the method is encoded as the function we're calling from request, or you can call it a factory, I guess. There's a get factory for request that forms a get HTTP request for the URL that you pass it. And here I'm constructing the URL from the server and the path in the server, which I have different depending on if it's production or development. Actually, I didn't mention that, so maybe I should go over that. But anyway, this is our HTTP request, and it's using kind of the builder pattern here where we're building up the arguments to pass to fetch. We start with the plain get request, and we say there's no body, and then we could actually also call things here like was it header or something? Okay, the autocomplete's not helping me out, but you can like attach other custom headers if you want, and then you give a one of these magical link callback with a message. You say basically, what message do you want passed back to you when the fetch is done? And that's called fetch response. And fetch response gets back the response, which is composed of the headers and the body, right? It's a little bit of a misnomer, though, because as I understand it, a head has more than the headers, or body has more than the body. But anyway, I really only care about the JSON part of the actual body. So JSON from body gets me my client configuration, which I have in the debug window here. Actually, no, I don't. Yeah, because the button's commented out. But trust me, the client configuration will show up here. I don't know anything about GraphQL. That's probably something I should learn soon, because I know nothing about it. I would be a raw noob. Okay, so yeah, let me back up a little bit to explain what this self-env is. So it's sort of similar to what you have in process env in JavaScript, and that's why I named it env. As far as U is concerned, it's nothing really special. It's just a structure I define called env. And that structure I marshal in from JavaScript in my run app. So backing up to the very beginning, in let's say Webpack Dev, I actually put the development mode settings for all of those parameters in the Webpack Dev, and then prod has the same thing but with slightly different values, right? So if you're running in production, the server is what you're serving the front end from anyway, so it's the same server. But if you're in development, oh, thank you for the follow. If you're in development, we need the development to actually go to the production just for the S3, where we store the client configuration. And also the name of the client configuration is different. For dev, it's client config dev. For prod, it's just client config. So either way, with development or production mode, we get this env JavaScript object that's goes through this define plugin. The define plugin ends up just defining that as a global variable when Webpack is running. So, like we were saying before, Webpack goes to source main as the entry point, which means while it's building, it's going to inspect this, and it's going to run it, basically, to get an idea of what needs to be pulled into the tree. And you'll see here we've mentioned env. So this is pulling in literally what we defined in the dev or prod here, this JavaScript object, right? Gets pulled in here. And then when it goes over this run app, which is defined using WASM bindgen, it gets marshaled in as a JS value, a JavaScript value. And then JavaScript value has a convenience method called into_cd. So that basically serializes it and then into JSON, and then takes that JSON and deserializes it into whatever type we give it. So we give it the env type. We have to implement deserialize, which I have here. And so it will, this one line takes the JavaScript value, puts it into JSON, and then deserializes it back out as our structure. So it's pretty cool. All right, anyway, given all of that, I think what I wanted to do is, just like in the previous incarnation of my front end, we're going to be sitting in the loading activity while it's loading the client configuration, and then once it loads the client configuration, we're going to go to the sitting outside activity. So that means that I think during this create, we're going to want to start the fetch to load the client configuration. So I think I just want to move that fetch here. Move that, or just copy it for now, up into here. Oop. And we'll just call it let fetch equal. Okay, and the self-env becomes props dot, right? And this just becomes link. Cool. And then fetch just goes here. So now we're automatically going to fetch the client configuration as soon as the app gets created. And then it should come back and give us the fetch response. So we could actually already see that here. Snap. We crashed. I'm wondering if that's because it didn't build right. Oh, it built right. Maybe I just need to reload. Oh, there we go. So we got our fetch response. And we got our client configuration now. Look at that. And it's too wide. You guys can't even see it. There we go. So there's a lot to look at here. It's pretty dense, but essentially this is the complete HTTP response, and I pull out of it the body and parse it into my internal structure and then print it out. So it's just a server list right now. The idea is that once we get the server list, and then when we log in, we're going to just pick one and connect to it with a WebSocket. So I need to store that. Actually, we can get rid of fetch now, right? I don't need it anymore. Goodbye. Get rid of this. And let's give fetch response a better name. Let's call it fetch client config response. All right. So that goes down into here. Yeah, so this client configuration, I want to store that back into our app somewhere, right? Let's just take this text here and put it into our component state. Yeah, I need to kind of clean this up, like the order of things, because I keep getting confused where things are. Client configuration. And we're not going to have one at the beginning, so this needs to be an optional, right? It's going to start out as none. None. Another way to do this would be to have some kind of like application state, and the first state doesn't have a client configuration and the next state does have one. I can do that later. For now, I'll just use an option as a crutch. So where we get it here, we want to put it in there, right? So self.that equals some client configuration. Okay, now we want to, once we get the client configuration, go to the sitting outside state, right? So that should be as easy as doing self.current activity equals current activity sitting outside. And that should do it, right? Reload. Here it goes. There we go. Easy as that. So it fetched the client configuration and then went into the sitting outside state. Turn model into an enum. That's what I was thinking, Sarian. Oh, thank you, Utsby. My streaming break, I didn't really explain much about it. There's some stuff I can't talk about, but the gist of it is that there were life disruptions, and I decided last year that I was only going to stream when I was comfortable and not get too anxious about it, and not get too not make like really strict requirements that I like stream all the time and I stick to a schedule and I make everybody happy and all that. So for the last 3 months, the situation was it wasn't comfortable to stream. But I did continue working on my hobby, which is this game, and getting it more rusty, so to speak. And, you know, it took this long for things to kind of settle down to where I'm kind of comfortable sharing it again. But yeah, it wasn't all bad. There was some good stuff too. Just can't really go into that much detail about it. All right. Did I miss anything else? No. All right. So, cool. I should probably clean this stuff up a little bit more, right? I probably don't need to see the fetch response here. I can make that into a debug though, right? I don't really need to debug this anymore. I can debug this though. Import debug from log, yes. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. How are you today? Let's do some more cleanup. I'll remove that for now. Better to only stream when comfortable than totally burn out on it as some have. Yeah, I mean, like, I had burned out last year at some point, right? And then I decided I can't do that. I have to have the environment where I'm only sharing and streaming when I can tolerate it and it's not a stressful thing. But the bad part is that once you stop streaming, it becomes sort of nerve-wracking in a way to start again, because it's like the expectations have built up. You feel like I'd feel bad that I haven't been able to stream, or I haven't streamed for people who might want to see the stream, and people who have been subscribers. I almost got to the point where I was going to turn off subscriptions and gift people subs back who'd been subscribing, because I'm like feeling terrible that hey, they're paying for these subs and I'm not even streaming. So I almost turned that off. Although, oh, Ootspy's subscribing. Aw, thank you, Ootsby. Thank you so much. How are you? Feel the pressure. Hey there, Squiddy. How are you doing? Yeah, so, what more to say about that? Overall, I'm a more anxious person than most people. I'm more introvert, so streaming is a little bit more stressful for me than other people. But, another sub? Squiddy for 9 months. Baby rage. I stream because even though it's a little bit stressful for me, I get a lot of feedback from you guys. I know that I'm at least entertaining to some people. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I maybe can help teach a few things and learn a few things in return. So overall, it's a positive experience as long as I can deal with the stress. And so far, so good. I have that silky smooth voice. Yeah, if only I could just speak without making mistakes. Like I said, Suki instead of silky. Disconnect between brain and mouth. The cat's kind of declining in health. He's not going to be jumping up on that cat tower anymore. He can't really jump. I had to like lift him up. Yeah, he's getting old. The beast. Suki is the new silk, I see. Oh, thank you, Lentil Stew Dragon. How are you doing? And Anakim Luke, how are you? 25 months in a row? See, I feel bad that you guys were subbing while I was gone for 3 months. But thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, why is ENV not showing up as being used? Because I'm using it. Is it just confused? Oh, wait. No, I'm not using it now. Because I had only been storing it to use when we do fetch, but now we're fetching directly from create. Have I been good and bad? You kind of missed my explanation a little bit ago. But sum it up. Oh, another sub. Godless Noob. Thank you for the sub. To sum it up what I was saying before, it's a little bit stressful for me to stream, and the last 2 or 3 months there have been stuff going on in life that made it to where like I couldn't deal with streaming and doing hobby stuff and other things, so I continued everything else in my life except for streaming. I was still like hanging out on other people's chat, and I'd feel kind of bad when someone said, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I haven't been streaming. I need to get back into that. But I needed to let things in life settle down a little bit for me before I could get back into it. But everything's been going okay. Net sum, everything's okay. You put properties instead of env? Well, pretty close, Dr. Padawan. I am using it directly in create, so I don't really need to store it yet. But I think I will in the future, so I'm going to leave that there. I was going to do a little bit of cleanup here, right? I'm kind of reconsidering how I tell the formatter about this, because this is like very vertical. I'm considering going back to a more horizontal formatting of all my uses, especially because I get very verbose. I don't like to use the star here or the prelude. Streaming stressful? Yeah, it's because I'm an introvert, so it's hard for me to be in front of, I don't know how many people are watching now, but probably a lot. Another sub? Thank you for the sub, Grands. If I could see each one of your faces, it would be even more stressful, but yet in another way, the not being able to see your faces is in itself a little bit stressful. Can't win, right? But, you know, life is stressful. You just have to deal with it, right? You have to find a way to keep going. So, yeah. Like I was saying this last year, I could not stick to a regular schedule streaming because I would just burn out. I even reduced my schedule down, and I'm like, I should be able to do more than 20 hours a week streaming because I'm not in a regular job. Why can't I? And it came back to, it's just more stressful for me. And so I reduced the hours. I mean, instead of just reducing the hours, I said, I'm only going to stream if I'm comfortable. We're all stating that thing you're self-conscious about too? Yeah. Yeah, so, oh, thanks, Grands. Coffee and tea. You know, I stopped drinking caffeine, but I don't know. Sometimes I think, a good black tea would be nice. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing? And Grands, hello. Thank you again for the sub. All right, I'm warm liquid is the anti-stressor. Yeah. For me, it's the uncertainty of what's going to happen during the stream, actually. And when you're not streaming and you're able to just sit down and work, you're in you're in control of more variables, is what it is. But when you take your work and now you're streaming it live, now you have this unpredictableness of who's going to come into chat, who's going to talk about what. It's mitigated a bit by moderators and the moderation tools, but it's still like always a little bit of a stressor. So it's something I would like say, if you're thinking about getting into streaming, if you are an introvert, just be a little bit careful about that, because you're going to set kind of high expectations on yourself to get successful, but you're going to have extra stress that you might not be prepared for. And it's not obvious until you get into it. I mean, even like staring at a camera, it's different when you're on this side of the camera, because I look up and I see a lens of a, like, if anything, it's like a staring robot. And I get no reaction from it. Are you as productive off screen versus on? It depends. Streaming actually helped me get more productive because people would be encouraging and give me tips and stuff, and I would get motivated by that. But then it's offset by the stress, right? So off stream, I'm not as stressed, but maybe I'm not as motivated because I'm not getting the encouragement, I guess. It's if you're working by yourself, like whether it's at home or at a job and where there's no one there working with you, the motivation, 99% of it comes from yourself. So if you're not able to keep yourself self-motivated, it gets hard to be productive. Always make sure to work on keeping the trolls away. Yeah. At work, off stream, off conference call, you sit and browse Twitter. Yeah, so it's if there's no source of motivation for you and you find yourself, I'd rather just sit around and watch Twitter or browse Twitter, right? Or hang out in Twitch chat, like right now, yeah. You to take a shower after? Yeah, the flop sweat. I mean, like just being stressed by being on camera? Yeah. It goes away with practice. Is you kind of get used to the things. But for me, it was, it's just something that I couldn't get completely away from, and it would just build up until I would burn out, unless I had something to mitigate it. Like saying that, hey, I don't have to stream if I'm not feeling up to it. Disconnecting the internet, yeah, some people have to do that. Some people have to go as far as programming their phones to not let them go on the internet during certain hours. But how do you access Stack Overflow then? I know it's a problem. You know what, TS Joss is, we have sort of the same problem with this remote learning during COVID, is that the kids have to be on the computer to access school, But the computer is where they also socialize and where they play games. So there's like a major problem with keeping kids doing homework versus socializing and stuff because it's the same platform. You can't say, okay, keep them offline. Now they have to do their homework because to socialize, they have to leave the house or something. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. Download what you need from the internet, then go offline, and now you kind of set yourself in a bubble where you have to be productive because there's nothing else you can do. Kid goes back into class starting this week, thankfully. Yeah, it's been really stressful. That's part of the stress of the last few months, I guess. If I think about it, is the life stress has included a lot of things going on with schools with kids. And that's kind of, it's the same kind of thing as the streaming where we were all okay with it for the first, I don't know, 8 or 9 months. But then we started to get burned out with it. And I think a lot of people are like that, where they get kind of burned out by COVID and isolation. They're able to deal with it for a certain number of months, but then, yeah, it gets kind of to the point where you burn out, so to speak. Okay, let me try to get a little bit more done here. I don't need this. I'm going to keep these around so I remember the syntax. I don't need that. Okay. Yeah, so what's next? We go into sitting outside. Do I want to do... Oh, I know what I wanted to do. It had to do with the game messages I was working on. Game message. This auth response and the auth challenge. And the admin ID. So what I want to do is the admin login procedure that I had before, right? So it's a 3-step process. The client's going to send admin ID. Server's going to respond with auth challenge. The client's going to then respond back with an auth response. So this challenge is going to be like a random string. And this auth response is going to be a cryptographic signature of that challenge string. And then the server is going to take that auth response and verify that the signature is valid. If it's not valid, we disconnect. If it's valid, then we know that the client has the private key as the administrator. How far have you come? Anything visual yet? There are basically there are 2 forks, Grans. There's the game you can play now, right here, which is incomplete, but playable to the extent that I've written it. Yeah, so the challenge string is always cryptographically random string, so it's inherently a nonce. So yeah, there's a version of the game here. This is where the backend's in C++, front is in JavaScript. That's one fork, and I'm sort of stopping work on that fork because I want to move everything to Rust. So the Rust fork now consists of only this. There's the loading to get the client configuration, and then this screen. None of these buttons work. That's the state of things now. That's the front end. I can show you the state of the back end. The state of the back end is I can open a new terminal, plus, right? And then I can say stage, orchestrator, localhost. And it starts up the Realm servers. So it starts up all 3 of them, and they connect, and they elect a leader. So server 12 is the leader, but that's all. There is nothing more than the baseline of having the raft set itself up and elect a leader. That's it. So we're not working completely from scratch because I have the old C++ and JavaScript models, but there's a fair amount of work to actually like make these buttons actually do something. Do you have your own website? Yeah. We're just looking at it right here. It's this game. Squiggle had to be when technical term overlaps with an insult. Oh, the giggles. Technical term overlaps with an insult. I see what you're saying. Seen some of the C++ and JavaScript interesting. You'll be following along. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love Rust so much that I probably won't go back to C++ JavaScript unless it's part of my job. I'm having too much fun with Rust. Many people have been on since last you streamed? You mean on the game? Yeah, some people log in from time to time. which I'm always flattered by and feel bad that there's nothing new for them. So if I go to like who's logged in over time, people have logged in all year. Well, not many, but some people have logged in just to check things out. Someone's logged in right now. Where are you? You're sitting at the beginning of time. There is only one door that leads anywhere right now. Just know that when you step through that door, you will disappear from the hallway between the realms. What about you and your impressions? I think it's very immature, but it's got the elemental framework, the baseline that I need. Like, I'm able to get this far with a combination of you and Wasm-Pack and Webpack. So we're good to go. Because essentially, I don't need much from the framework other than the ability to generate HTML and do WebSocket connections. Most of the game runs on the back end. The front end is really just a visualization of the and control of the information that flows across a WebSocket. So that's actually why one of the first things I did in U was to play around with the WebSocket and make sure it worked. I set up a way to connect to the game through the WebSocket, and I had it send a message, make sure we get an echo back, and then we handle the disconnect, and if it gets closed and all the error stuff, and made sure all that worked. I'm like, okay, it all works. We're good to go. What does my nickname mean? We have a command for that. Does it not work? There we go. Doesn't really mean anything. It was just a randomly generated name. Oh, the 8354 is because of the thing Discord tacked onto my name, and then I couldn't get Raimu on Twitch. Someone else had reserved it. Okay. Well, yeah, Oscarelian, but some games the front end actually runs the game itself and has game state and has peer-to-peer and all that stuff. Mine doesn't. Mine is a dumb terminal in a sense. In fact, other people have made front ends to my game to automate it. And I can't remember who other than Nui has done that. Actually, I don't even remember if Nui did it or just ran my client to do what. This is like a couple of years ago. Was it A squared? Yeah. Is you sending HTML over WebSockets? No, you is a framework. I guess I can do the command again. It's just a framework for constructing the front-end web app. So really, really, really quick overview of it is, let's say your front end, you choose to make a package using Webpack so you can serve it or put it into NPM, right? There is a Wasm-Pack plugin for it, which will run the Rust compiler on a crate, compile it to WebAssembly, and package it as a JavaScript package. So with Wasm-Pack plugin and Webpack, you can take a Rust crate and plug it into a web app. And the glue for it is pretty simple. You say import package, and that's the default name. You can rename it, but this is the output of Wasm-Pack. Wasm-Pack takes your crate and packages it, compiles it to WebAssembly here, which we can't look at it because it's assembly code. Add some glue code in JavaScript, which I don't understand most of it. So this is your code assembled into WebAssembly. This is the glue code, and this binds them together. And so U sits on top of that, because the first thing that I do if I'm using U is I go to the U's app class and call new on it, and then call mount to body with props, and that basically tells you, take my component called model, use it to generate the HTML, and attach it to the DOM. And that's done through this view class. It's easier to see if I go to the simpler one. So this simple component is from you, and you implement component, and one of the functions you have to implement is called view, and that generates the HTML that's put into the DOM. it supports a minimal set of the lifecycle you might be used to with React and other things like that. You get a function called when the component is created, where you have the opportunity to get to your props, and this link is your lifeline back to the framework. So for telling you to do things with the DOM, etc., update is called if you receive a message, and change is called if your props change. And then wish I had a better way of showing this, but the connection between those two, messages and updates and all that, is through this link. And you would make a callback with that link, which takes a function and says, I want that function to be called to generate. Okay, step back. You use self-link, which again you got in create here. You use that to construct a callback, which is given to the button's on-click handler, that it's used to turn whenever the button is clicked, it's used to generate a message that's fed back to your component. So if you had this button on click, self-link, callback, message fetch, that means when I click this button, it's going to take this message fetch and feed it back to my component. So that comes back to update. So that's what all these are all message handlers. So any one of these could be generated because of a button press or because of something else. Hey there, Cthulhu. Has your text been in blue for a while now? I remember it being in red. I need to drink water. Wasm is neat? Yeah, I think so too. You're familiar with Wasm-Pack, so it allows you to build a client-side web app? Yeah. What Wasm-Pack essentially does is it takes our Rust crate and generates a web pack. No, take that back. It generates a JavaScript package that encapsulates the Rust crate. So anything you mark with Wasm bindgen, Wasm-Pack will take and make that available through an export list here. Right, everything exported from here should include the things that I exported with bindgen, right? And you can call JavaScript from Rust by importing. I don't think I'm doing any of that here yet, but you can do that. So yeah, you turns your Rust crate into a JavaScript package, which is mostly WebAssembly with some JavaScript glue. That's pretty cool. So most of the work is done by Wasm-Pack, and I'm using Webpack on top of that to package in my index, my static files, and to hash all my output, and do the tree shaking, which means basically starting from our main.js, figure out what actual files we're actually needing to put into our package. Like it goes to the main.js and says, okay, we need main CSS, we need that package, and that's it. So if I had other JS files here, they wouldn't go into the package because nothing from the entry down uses it. All right. Yeah, my voice isn't used to streaming. I'm getting sore, and it's only been an hour. Why you? Why you? Because I started with Are We Web Yet? And got down to saying Rust can run on the browser by compiling to WebAssembly. And it says U and C let you create front-end web apps with Rust in a way that feels almost like React.js. And I'm like, I love React. I love Rust. So it seems like either U or Seed will let me bridge the two. I looked at Seed. Seed is more functional, but doesn't yet have hooks. So I'm like, okay, I'll maybe look back at that later once they get hooks in there. And U is the other more popular alternative. Switched your Nick color to blue. Yeah, it used to be red. Yeah, I don't know Elm, but I think it is pretty cool. My code is kind of messy here because this WebSocket stuff, I have to give a proper home for it. What if I just collapse that for now? Yeah, okay, I want to start using these messages. Basically, I want to send the admin ID message right when you hit... Actually, I need to have a button for this, right? In the normal game client, we have this button. I need to do this with a incognito window. https omniaregnia.com. Normally you have that, but if you do admin, you get this admin button, and then you get to pick a key, and it will then try to log in as admin. So I need to reproduce this. I need to figure out how to get the private key in there. So this open thing, I need to figure out how to do an open thing in JavaScript. In React, I was using a component to do that for me. Shut that away for a while. What will switching the game to Rust enable me to do? It's just for fun, Cthulhu, mainly, but there are opportunities for code reuse. So this entire library here, this game public message, is shared between front end and back end now. So that means all the marshalling of messages between the front end and the back end is common code. And a lot of it's automatically generated by the serd macros, serialize and deserialize. So if I just add a florb, i32, now we have an official game message that the client and the server both understand. That's all I had to do, because serialize will add the code necessary for turning a florb with an i32 into a string of bytes, and deserialize is the opposite. And it's shared between the client and the server. So that's the only real technical advantage to doing them both in Rust. You don't have to remember names and types between the server and the client. Yeah. It's super nice for this, but it's really not going to be a majority of the game. It's going to be a small minority, but it is still pretty cool. I can also make tools in Rust that also leverage these libraries, like automation tools now can benefit from knowing the syntax of all messages that pass between clients and servers. So I'm also taking the opportunity to do everything in binary and to do the database. I need to show you this. Need to do the database stuff from the beginning and not have it all in a huge JSON file, which really was a mess that I wasn't going to be able to solve anytime soon with the C++. Let me show you that. I was actually planning to show that. Where is it? Right here. So in the game server now, so this is a mixture of Rust and C++, because I don't want to delete anything, but where I need to collapse everything actually. Whoops. K0? J0? No, it's not J. There we go. Main. Where's main? Here's main. Right. So we have this game state, right? Game state loads an inner, which then has all of the database stuff intrinsically built into it now, which is pretty cool. So we see, does our database exist? And we try to open the database. We migrate it if the database needs migration. If the database didn't exist before, we know we're going to have to define these things that absolutely need to be in the database that might not be. Otherwise, we read the database and file into as a snapshot, etc., etc. The migration stuff sets up the migrations table. It applies all the migrations, wrapping them in transactions. So this I never had in C++, and it was all a huge mess. So now from day one, the Rust version of my game will have SQLite and built in with the migration. So every time I add every time I change the schema of my database, I'll just add another entry here for migrations. And as long as they're sorted by these keys in order, it should allow me to like change the schema of the database, add new tables, remove old tables, anything I can express in SQL. How big is the JSON database? It's friggin' huge. It takes like 30 seconds to load in production. It's unacceptable. I don't think it's 4 gigabytes. I think it's still on the order of megabytes, which is sad because like it's not yet as big as you might think it could get before it got slow. It's already slow, and it's not even that big. So I'm getting rid of the JSON stuff and going to a real database. Yeah, only megabytes. Yeah, it was just unscalable, like totally unscalable. This database stuff I hope will be more scalable. Also, it had a critical flaw in how we handle snapshots that I don't really want to get into. Just suffice to say, it wouldn't work very well. And I'm not using my own JSON parser A². I am using Sirdi. Because I've had enough of doing my own JSON stuff. How do I show that? Probably about this read JSON file. It's just using Sirdi's JSON from reader. So it's really simple. But if you're talking about the slow stuff, I was using my own JSON parser. But I don't think even if I were to use someone else's JSON parser, the scalability limit was the fact that we were using JSON syntax at all. This JSON is really only meant to be used for things that stay constant size and aren't very big, like configurations, right? Configuration files aren't going to grow that big. But things like the game state, that is going to grow unbounded. Yeah, it's not going to run great and it's not going to scale. JSON has just got too much overhead with the syntax. You want to go binary and you want to go parallelized and all that stuff. Let the database do that because that's what it's designed to do. Okay, anyway, big diversion. Back to the UI. I need to find out how do I add such a button like this that pops up a dialog. I don't know how to do that yet. The drag and drop I'll do later, but just naively let me search for JavaScript file opener. Is it just open? No, that's a document open. Oh, is it input tag with file type file? So it's not JavaScript at all, it's HTML. What I want to get to is what you said, LG, is it should be, if I search the web, I should get to where it says input tag with type file. Nope, going the wrong way, I think. I don't think my search term HTML file opener is right. Can you not look at what the current one does? HTML input file? I guess I could look at what the current one does. That's true. But this is ultimately what we want to get to, right? Can we not make it so bright? That's better. Okay, so let's just try this out. In the sitting outside, next to these two buttons, let's add an input type file. I probably want a label in front, right? Actually, how does that work? Yeah, there's a label for admin key. Yeah, and then we put admin. Is that what I did in here? I had used lowercase. And then the 4 matches with the ID, right? Why is it both an ID and a name? I think it's actually name, right? The 4 matches the name. Multi-part form data. I guess I can inspect this and see what is actually happening there. There's a drop zone. Input multiple type file autocomplete off tab index style display none. I wonder why it has multiple. Huh. Okay, so they can just, why is autocomplete? Just keep it like that, right? What does that look like? Actually, I think that's what admin drop was supposed to be. Oh, and then I have to get used to the fact that in you have to, any text leaf nodes have to be put in a string and then put into braces to represent the, that's an HTML node. Wrong one. Okay, I mean, this is good enough for now. So I should be able to choose a file. Test key. Key.pem, right? Actually, I can't remember which one I wanted to use. I can't remember which key I wanted to use. ID, not name? Okay. So why do people use name then? I'll just let it recompile here and then choose the file again. It forgot where I was. I'll just do key. All right. Yeah, so I need to attach, don't know the technical name for it, but some kind of prop so that it generates a message when we choose a file. Names for form data. Okay. Yeah, well, this file, this I didn't want to show it before because it was, yeah, I guess I didn't need to. This is all my test cert key combination, so if I leak this, it's fine. Oh, that's interesting. If I don't pick it, it says no file picked. That makes sense, A squared. Yeah, I have a tendency to not remember these things. This admin drop should be what this has, so let me fix this. Admin drop is here. The idea is that this would be optional, only show up if you put it in your route. Oh, yeah. Need to do this trick with the fragment. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that. Hey there, C17R. Greetings, program. Long time no see my face, at least. You can put input inside the label, then has the same effect. Really? You're saying I can take this and do that, and I'm guessing then I don't need the for at all, or the ID? Is that what you're saying? Reloading. It's a little bit slower to reload than I remember the JavaScript one using. Well, I guess it works. Keep the ID. Don't know if I need the ID, right? Because I'm just gonna I'm gonna attach a handler to that, right? An on-change handler, I'm guessing. That's my guess, is that it'll be an on-change. And we'll want these, one of these. Let's make that a little bit easier to read. Slightly. And let's have this be admin key selected. Add that as a new kind of message. I don't think it liked it. Why does it think it has children? Oh, because of that character there. Okay, and then we'll want to see it when it happens. So that's update, right? Match message. Fill arms. Info. Selected. Admin key. I'll have to learn like how to actually get the... Oh, I think you were right before when you're saying keep the ID, because I'll probably need the ID to fetch the contents of the file. Or if U has the equivalent of a ref, I need a ref to that DOM element so I can fetch it back out. But let's see if this works. Fill arms is so nice. Yeah, I really like... Okay, we didn't compile correctly. Bool. Why is it expecting a bool? Oh, because this should render. Yeah, render please. Actually, it doesn't need to render because we're actually not changing anything. Info import from... I like all this stuff. For me, it's control dot. All of the things that the... I think it's Rust Analyzer is providing me. Contain reference to the file, I could pass it with the callback. Yeah, I hope so. There we go. Selected admin key. So we got that far. Now, let's actually look at the thing. Thing. I don't know. I don't actually know what that type will be, but I'm guessing it's a JS object. Let's just guess. Thing. JS value. Let's debug it. I don't know what we'll get. Let's see. Okay, it didn't compile because JS value needs to be imported from Wasm by Ngen. Oh, there's a change data. Okay, so change data is the actual type. You change data, not a JS value. Interesting. Okay. Compiling and updated. Select file. Okay, we got a files. Okay, it's a little too wide for you to see, right? Squishing my text. Okay, we got a file list in there. Files, file list, object, JS value file list. So I need to get that out, I guess, now. Event target files, you think? Yes, so I don't see the word event or target, but I do see a file list. I'm guessing it's just that use change data to handle some of that for us. A type representing change of values of an element after committed by a user. So it's one of these, right? So what's a file list? The file list class. Okay, let's take a look at that. File list. Using the file list, yes. Okay, so I'd probably just get index 0. And I get a file object that lets me read from it, I'm guessing. I'm hoping. All that is debug stuff from the JS conversion. Yeah. You mean this stuff? Yeah, so that's the variant of the... What is the name of it? Change data. So the variant of change data is files. And then files has a file list attached to that variant. And that file list is wasm bindgen. So this obj object obj JS value file list is all in JavaScript land. So I'm guessing this object represents the where is it? The file list, right? No. The file list is here. So what's this object then? Probably from that event. It's probably the event, right? The change event. I don't know. Thank you for the follow. I'm guessing that this object is the event. Or actually no, it's already in a file list. So I don't know what this object is, but this is the file list. So I need to get to that. That's our objective. So back to sitting outside. Right. So let's give it a real name. Change data. Okay, I didn't rename that properly. Better ways to select it and hit F2. Change data. There we go. Change data. So what can we do with the change data? I guess we'll have to assert that it's a files. So if let change data files file list equals change data info file list. So you can tell I'm kind of experimentally learning this. Yeah, I could look at the UDocs, but you could see I was sort of looking at the UDocs when I control left click. This is the UDocs. I'm just looking at it in the raw. No, they don't have examples. Their documentation is very sparse. This is all the documentation you'll ever see for change data. They might have some at the module scope, but I wouldn't count on it. They don't have a whole lot. Where would I even look for that? I guess I'd just look for change data. I'm guessing it's was it events? HTML listener. Wait. We're in listener, not events. Which one of these is it? I think they're the same thing. Yeah, see, they just say files. They don't help you there, right? If I click on file list, now we're in WebSys now. I don't even think that's the right crate to be in. WebSys is the old framework, right? Not bindgen. I don't know, maybe it's compatible. So maybe I can use these methods, length, item, get. Remember re-exports are a thing? Yeah. Click the source, you'll see the file name. Look at item. You mean this one? Source, please. Yeah, so it's just a shim for JavaScript. So that's why it basically links you to the MDN. Yeah, right here. Yeah, which is broken. But I was on that run, right? So yeah, what happened? How come? Okay, there's where it should be. So they have their link broken. There. Oh, it's an anchor. And yeah, they linked it improperly. Should we fix that? We can actually fix that. Hint, if you look at the Git history for you, you'll see a certain someone at the head right now. Go to the latest version. Latest version of what? Yeah, I fixed a few bugs in you last week with the WebSocket stuff because I was playing around with that. There's a button with the orange warning. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, well no, it's still broken. Yeah. So that I could find here, right? If I go to here and I item here. Here's the broken link. That should be okay, you guys can't see it. That should be this, right? Probably. So we could go to a certain someone's copy of the repository. If I had it open. I don't have it open. You. Let's see if they've checked anything in since... No, I haven't. I haven't pushed my local. Yes, a certain someone has fixed some stuff in you recently. It's not in you, it's in WebSys. Aw. You're right, it's in WebSys. Bummer. I don't feel like yet another open source project opening it up. Or so someone tell them that their link is broken. Anyway, distraction. Back to work. Pick a file. Okay, I guess we'll try to get the, use these methods. That's interesting. That's not where I was before. Where was I before? Oh no, I was there before. We get length, item, and get. Alright, so... length. It's not going to help me, is it? Why do they have length and not len? Length. And let's just proactively do item 0. And what's the other one I wanted? It was get. What's the difference between item and get? I'm confused. Why do they have item and get? I just see item. I don't see get. I don't know. Let's try it. Get 0. I don't know. Let's just do it. Let's see what we get. Docklink is broken. I know. Feels bad, man. Because it's JS and external binding to JS. Get is probably the method. Oh, for the indexer? Okay, that makes sense. So it's just convenience. Yeah, in fact, we got the same thing for in item and get. So we get a blob containing a JS value file. Okay, so at this point we're navigating through the what are we calling this? We're calling, I guess, the web API, the DOM API, right? So what can we do with the file? It's a specific kind of blob. I really just want to get the contents of it. I can get the size. I can get a, I guess we're going to be doing stream, right? Actually, there's this. Transfers the file into a stream, reads it to completion. I think I just want to do this, right? So, contents. Text. I don't know, what does that do? Oh, it's optional. Okay, so if let some blob or file equal file list item 0, then that. Alright, that looks like it's gonna work. Recompiling. Updated. I got a promise. Yay. No, we can work with the promise. We can work with the promise. There's this thing called a callback I can use. This is where it would be handy to have some documentation. I wonder if someone's written something in a blog that we can just exploit. So like promise callback. Okay, so they have a documentation for a callback. Promise. The promise is not mentioned here though. Okay. Okay, never mind. It's not that. Don't think it's that. Hey there, lazy guru. How are you doing? New phone, who dis? I never said hi to A squared. Hi, A squared. I never said hi to LG. Or the Epic Unknown. That's as far back as I'm going to get. Sorry if you didn't get a wave. Yeah, I thought I saw them using callbacks to handle promises. Where did I see that? I saw that in the internals of U when I was looking at their test framework. What if I look at their, let's go back to U and look at callback. Actually, what if I just search for promise? Nope. Is callback what I want? Oh, no, component link. Scope. Async await and Rust when? Now. But I don't know how it connects to the promises in JS. I have a feeling that we're going to be wanting to use an agent for this. I mean, not an agent, a service. Services. Hey there, Mamba Dev. How are you doing? Yeah, in vanilla JS, yeah. I wonder if we're going to end up using one of these things like the reader service. Yeah, I think this is what we want. We want to use read file because we have the file, right? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, because when I was working on the WebSocket service, fixing the bug, internally they're using callback, but for their testing, but the layer between component and the WebSocket was through the service, and it would expose an API like this, where you you give it a callback and something else like a WebSocket, and it would give you a message back, and you'd hold on to it as a task in the meantime. So we could say self dot admin key file reader equals self dot link dot read file, right? Oh no, I need to actually make a reader service. Let reader service is reader service new. That is imported from uservices. And then I say to that, read file, callback. Okay, so in the callback is going to be self.link.callback function that probably gets back the data, right? Yeah, callback file data. See if I understand this correctly. Yeah, the input is... How does it work? It actually has to do with component link. Scope. Yes, it takes that input and produces some message output. So this will be the file data. Message admin key loaded file data. Okay, so then I need that to exist in message. String, right? And then this needs to be a, whatever read file gives me, a task or something. Reader task. So, where's my state? Here's my state right here. Reader task. Is that generic? It is not. But we don't always have one, right? So that means I'm going to have to say some here. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, it wants, it's actually a specific type, file data. Okay. Here, file, data. Import from you, please. Thank you. Okay, so then admin key file reader starts out as none. Let's keep it sorted. Hey there, Ramy. Wowie. Look who's here. How are you doing, sir? I'm back. It's 2021. It's the first stream of the year. Happy New Year. Okay, it still doesn't like this for some reason. Oh, it wants a result, right? Because it can have it could be an error. So, result. Anyhow, error. Yeah, should be happy now. No, it's still not happy. Oh, the whole thing could fail. Okay, so let's say it doesn't. Unwrap. Unwrap is my way of saying, yeah, it'll work. Don't worry, it'll work. Oh, okay, I had the result in the wrong place. The result was from making the reader, not from the callback. Okay, now what? Can't borrow it as mutable. Can't borrow what is mutable, although the reader service, yes. Actually, why don't I just... Oh, because it takes a reference. Because I only need it... Actually, can you do that? Can I just do that? Sure, why not? Use a temporary reader service to read the file and then give me back the task. And then I want to move that actually now to the new message. Admin key loaded. And that's file data. Because then we can say the contents go here. And here I can do text, right? No? What can I do with the file data? What can I do with it? Oh, content. Fine. Okay, it's got a name and a content. Name, well, content. contents. It's not a method. It's just a field. Okay, finally. Oh, what programming language this is? It's Rust. But specifically we're using the U front-end web app with WebAssembly library. Yeah, there you go. There's some shout-outs. Mr. Halsey, Egtondev, Togglebit, Musen. They're usually doing Rust stuff. You want to learn more about Rust. All right, let's see if it worked. Okay, loaded. That's good. Oh, I think that's my private key. Private as far as for testing. I think it actually worked. But it's all text actually, so I kind of want to see that as text. Yeah, we're in business. Okay, so let's turn it into a string. Let pem equal string from UTF-8 lossy file data.content. And let's show the pem. Can't do that? What? Oh, it wants a slice. There, have a slice. Reloading, reloading, and go. Select file, key, open. Hey, look at that. It's a private key. It's for testing. I'm not leaking anything. No key leaks. We can leak the... This is definitely from the test cert key localhost, which I don't mind if it leaks, because it's just a test key. Okay, that's a good step, because once we have the private key, then we're prepared to handle the auth challenge from the server. So let's do that next. So we can... I don't need this anymore. Let's store it. Actually, let's do more than this. Let's actually make it into a real private key. And I've already done this, so I don't need to figure this out from scratch. I can look at what I did in my game's tools. Tools. Where are you, tools? Here we go. Tools, Rust, source, bin. Actually, I think it's in the lib. I did a bunch of stuff with pem here. Yes, here we go. I did ring signature RSA key pair from PKCS8 pem part. See, this is why I'm going to ruthlessly steal from my own code, because that would have taken me a while to research again. But that's essentially what we want, right? So let this point it is a key, private key. The admin private key equals that junk. Okay, so we're gonna need to import ring and pem. This is why one of the reasons why I love Rust. You need ring and you need pem, just copy it from the cargo toml from one project to another. Enough said. Okay, that's pem. And then I should have pinned the other file, because I'm about to find it again. Tools. Okay, pin it this time. Okay, and ring. I need ring. I should probably check to see if these are the latest versions too. All right, see if ring got updated in months between when I first used it. They're on what? 0.17 alpha 8. What? Okay, whatever. No. So I should go to 17, right? That's weird that... Maybe I should stick to 16 if this one's an alpha. Okay, alright, let's stick to 16. Pem, right? Pem. Pem's on 08. Yeah, so they haven't moved. Alright. Good. And look at that, it just builds. Let's print it out. Whoops, I didn't mean to page down. So we're gonna say private key. Admin private key? Just say key. Alright. Didn't know about what? What's that? Crates? Oh, there's an extension to VS Code to just update it? Oh, that's neat. That's cool. I'll have to look at that later. Thank you, A squared. Let me grab your whole message. There we go. Always so helpful, A squared. But I do like the exercise of like remembering how to go to librs and like looking at that, so. Yeah, it sounds like a really convenient thing I could use. I don't want to get too far off track though. Let's see if this worked. Did it not reload? It didn't reload. Module not found. I just have to hit reload? No, it did not build. I wonder if this has to do with changing cargo toml without restarting Webpack. Yeah, let me restart Webpack. Sometimes Webpack has to be restarted. It seems to be loading. Nope, it didn't load. What is problem? Can't resolve env. Valid alias configuration. Any advice on how to make programming exciting on stream? Started to create YouTube videos which you can edit just for the fun parts of programming. I always worry that stream programming might be hard to get people's attention. There are some people who have a nice mix between entertainment and programming. They're much more outgoing and extrovert than I am, and I just recommend you check them out. Like a good example is the Primagen. So if you check out Primagen and look at one of his videos, perfect example of how to make programming exciting and entertaining. Okay, so I missed one. fsread is still in there. Should be the file content. Is that, well, is that why would it compile though and then fail later? But okay, you might be right. Oh, this. Okay, that might be it actually. Yeah, he does work at Netflix. Yeah, Scout EG. I don't claim to be entertaining, or at least I'm not as entertaining as those folks. So there's a small group called Only Devs, and so they're entertaining in different ways. So like there's the Primagen, there's also BeginBot, and there's MelkyDev. I think it's with an underscore. I think so. They're entertaining in different ways, and so they attract slightly different audiences. Okay, that's the wrong link. Let me try. Maybe someone can help me with MelkyDev's link to get it right this time. No, that's not the right one either. Okay. I might be misspelling it. My brain is short-circuiting on MelkyDev. Anyway, so BeginBot and the Primagen are two to check out. They're entertaining in different ways, but they both bring in programming into the mix. I would say the difference is mostly what percentage of programming versus what percentage... Oh, is there an E? Oh, thank you. What percentage of programming versus what percentage of entertainment do you want? Because some people want more programming, some people want more entertainment, right? And they also have different levels of like mature audience versus immature audience. So you kind of have to check them all out, and then ask yourself like what kind of entertainment are you naturally fond of and would like to do yourself. An important thing if you're going to be a streamer is don't be someone you're not, because it's really hard. I found that out myself. Trying to be entertaining in a way that it's not natural to me is really stressful. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, no problem, Scotty G. Thanks for the bits. All right. Yeah, the problem here is I don't want to be reading from this file, right? I want to parse from the file data. I'm guessing this is what I want, right? Maybe a reference to it. No, what does parse actually want? Oh, it wants it the original data. So this content. Cool. Hopefully that's what the problem was. Nope, there's something else wrong. I must have screwed something up. Yeah, I wanted to use the bytes, but there's something else going on. Can't resolve env in the package. I don't think I messed that up though. That should be from here. Read cargo toml. Actually, I wonder if it's because of one of the modules I'm pulling in. Let me back up a little bit. Let's comment this out for a moment. Building. Okay, so it has something to do with this. Probably because it's pulling in one of those two. So what if I just pull in the PEM? Hold on. Let's just do this part of it. Come on, Webpack, do your thing. Okay, so we're okay with PEM parse. So is it ring then that has a problem? That would be a bummer if I couldn't pull in ring here. Yeah, I wonder why. Could it be one of the dependencies that ring has? I mean, it is pretty complicated. Ring has an issue? Uh-oh. Hope there's a workaround. Yeah, getting the same thing. Yep. Oh no, the port's incomplete. Hey there, Ereld. How are you doing? Time to start authoring the pull request. V842248, hello. Well, I guess the alternative is just use JavaScript. Wait. This is all I need, actually. Maybe I can pull in a subset. Wow. Okay, so it's not done yet. It's in the dreaded open state. So the problem is I need to use the private key to sign something. I'll show you what the code is that I pulled this from. At some point, we're going to get a challenge string, right? And we're going to need to take that private key and sign the challenge string to get the... what's going on here? To get the signature. And it's supposed to encode the signature and send it back to the server. That's how we authenticate. So I need to be able to, the critical thing is to be able to use something to sign the challenge string to get the signature. And if I can't use the ring, I need to use something else, I guess. Okay. A squared, you're so nice. You're finding me an alternate library. Let's check it out. I'm just bummed I can't use ring, because I got that stuff understood. So which language is this written in? What language? It's written in Rust and TypeScript. A combination of the two. Interesting. Yeah, it's not that I need WebAssembly support, it's that I need Rust support. I mean, the alternative would be just to go back to I can just pull in something from JavaScript to do this. Hey there, Cyber Corruptor. I probably butchered that name, but hello. Yeah, I don't even think I need a Rust wrapper on the JS stuff. I could just use wasm bindgen, right? It's good thing to consider, though. Thank you. A squared. My bot is a little slow right now. Okay, let me find where I did this in JavaScript. Did this in the middleware for game authentication. Here's where we did it, right? Okay, so when we dispatch on auth challenge, right? Yeah. So it looks like I used the crypto subtle library. Oh, that's not even an NPM library. That's built into the browser. That's even easier, right? Can I just do that directly from directly through wasm bindgen? Probably, yeah. Now we're exiting the realm of what I already know how to do and entering the realm of me having to search for things. I'm just curious if their API reference covers it. What was it the name again? Crypto. No. Websys. Okay. I'm trying to avoid using Websys though. Because what was the reason for that? It was let me link to you things. I just get the link myself. Click, 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 go, yep. So they talk about project setup. Where was the WebSys comparison? Maybe there wasn't one. It was Webpack versus Wasn't versus Wasn't Bindgen. Okay. Just out of curiosity, what can you do at the top of Wasn't Bindgen? Well, I can reach into this and see how you does it. So, like I was looking up earlier, the code here. How does this work? Oh. Oh, right. WebSys is the one we want to use. It's standard web that we want to avoid. Yeah, so, okay. So it is WebSys. And I need to look that up. Crypto. There we go. That's what I want to see. Getter for the crypto field of the window. Yes. Actually, why is it on window? Because here I just use it as a global, right? You just use it as a global. Not prod ready. I'll gladly take a look at it later. Thank you, A squared. Another point for you. It was. I was reading that I can't remember where I read it, but that standard web is the older API, and then WebSys is the newer one. No, not this. Yeah, there are basically two ways you can get to JavaScript, and I can't remember where I read it, but I read that standard web is like older and WebSys is newer. Browsers are awful. Yeah, we can deal with it though. We can fight through this. Actually, I wonder if you does anything with crypto. Probably not though. But I can just do a search. You. Crypto. Probably not though, right? Or no, it wasn't crypto. It was what was it? It was crypto. I don't think it's finding it. Nope. It was worth searching for at least. Leave that in the background. Center web is unmaintained. Yeah, it was something like that. Okay, let me see. How do they... Okay, wrong window. Like, for example, event listener. Oh, that's glue events. Okay, that's not what I want. It's inside here, right? Wait, that makes a new one. What actually... Oh, it's Common Connect, right? Yes, inside... why did it go there? That's not right. That's my code. Probably need to go to WebSocket. Yes. Right. Yeah, so they go through WebSocket, and it's a class. Oh, thank you for the bits. Or is that just a delayed? That's just a delay from the bits you gave me a while ago. That took 15 minutes to get through. Stream Elements is very slow today. Okay, so the crypto is there, but it's only through... Oh no, there's a class. Okay, this is probably what I want. I want crypto... Okay, I think I'm on the right track. I just need to probably depend directly on WebSys, right? So let's change our... So we're going to drop ring, and we're going to... Do I need PEM then? I don't think I need PEM because the... if we're going to go... Well, okay, let's just hold on to it. But I'm going to want WebSys now. Probably 0.3, but let's look at what's the latest. Yes, 0.3. Now we're depending on directly, we can use it, right? So we can comment that out. All right, we'll do this. We'll get through this. This is essentially what I want, right? But it's going to give me a promise. We'll figure out how they translate that. So import WebSys crypto. So it's probably through that, right? Why am I blindly searching through this? I probably have to do a new first, right? They call it constructor? What is this? It's a prop. Okay, how do I get one then? I do need to get it from the window? Well, shoot. Does you have a way for me to get the window? There should be, right? Yeah. Returns the current window. Right. So let crypto equal window dot crypt, well, backup window equals window, right? From, okay, well, WebSys gives me the window too. We'll go through you. So we have the window, and then let crypto equal window dot crypto. Go to latest version, by the way. Okay, there's a result. So I need to do crypto unwrap. Okay, we're getting there, right? Because the type of this will be... Why is it unknown? That's window. What's wrong with this? Yeah, it's a Rust stream. Currently learning Rust yourself. Well, welcome, Zira. I mistyped that, but there are also a few other streamers who have been streaming more than I have recently, who I'd recommend you checking out. Mr. Halsey, Togglebit, Ecton Dev, or Musin. Extern stuff? Yeah. I might have to get into a certain format, right? That's probably this same thing here, right? Oh, am I going to have trouble, though, with the format? Well, okay, let me just comment this out. One step at a time. Can I get the crypto? Comment, this is the final thing. It looks like it's compiling. At least. I just messed up the size of that window. Fix. Okay. Down to the bottom. No, I have an error still. Method not found in window. I probably have to enable it, right? It talked about it was gated behind a feature. Requires crypto feature activated. So let's activate it. Cargo toml websys version equals that, features equals crypto. Capitalized. Activate feature. Does that mean it compiled? Yay, compiled. All right, getting there. Reload. Console. Make sure it doesn't crash. All right, it didn't crash. I don't really need to see my private key anymore, so let me just comment that out. Right there. All right. Hold on a sec. Let me do something off stream for a sec. Doop-doop-doo. Just grabbing some off stream notes. Doop-doo. Okay. Back to on stream. Cool. All right. Okay. We got the crypto. What are we going to do with it, though? Let subtle. So I'm taking little baby steps in here because I really don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So it looks like I have to activate another feature to get that, right? So crypto subtle just gives me one, but that probably won't work until I enable the other feature. Yeah, so back to cargo toml we go, add the new feature in quotes. One thing Webpack has going for it that I like is that it just automatically compiles every time I save. Okay, that is pulling in a bunch of extra stuff. I guess while it's working, we'll continue. The next thing, once we get subtle, is to do import key. So let's read that documentation. Import key. Just import key. Okay, so they have two variants of it. I suppose I want with string. What's the difference here? Oh, algorithm is a string instead of an object. Yeah, so I'll probably want that, right? So actually then we're almost there, right? Yeah. It's this that I want. Subtle dot import key with string. Well, thank you, Resubaka. I don't know why Stream Elements is so behind, but you just resubscribed for 20 months. Thank you, Resubaka. Sorry the notification is not working right now. Just started learning like literally yesterday. It came from a C# background. So this is very different and interesting. Yeah. Different environments of programming, like different languages and different frameworks make there are a lot of differences, but there are also a lot of things that you'll find similar or like that strike a bell with what you already know. I'm not getting any help from the type system, am I? Oh no, it says I need 5 arguments. It just doesn't tell me what arguments are. Yeah, it's not going to help me with this right now. That's okay. We have our documentation here. Format is just this string. And in the key data, it wants an object. Can I just give it the original file data content? No, because that's a vector. I need to wrap it in some kind of object. Oh, no, what am I thinking? Key data Why do they have it wrapped like this? Okay, this is algorithm. Oh, wait, no. I think algorithm is this object. Extractable is probably this. Key usages is that. Okay, so then I need the with object then. But how do I turn... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that is an object. I need to go back and look here then. Oh, shoot. It is an object. It's one of these fancy things. It's an array buffer. Please tell me I can get an array buffer. I can. Blob, or maybe this is what I want. It's a promise. I have no idea what this is, actually. Oh. It's just a variant of a binary. No, that's his binary type. I'm going down the rabbit hole here, I think. Thank you for helping out, A Squared. Yeah, so when you see an ampersand in Rust, like there, it's borrowing something. So this from UTF-8 lossy needs to borrow a array of bytes, right? And if this content here is a vector of bytes, the difference between a borrow of an array and a vector is this vector is an object that actually owns the bytes themselves. But this function wants to just borrow them. It's kind of like a pointer or a reference in C++, but there is a bit more complexity to it in Rust. But essentially, putting the ampersand inside, outside, takes an owned value of an object that has the bytes in it, and says, I want to borrow from it. So give me a reference. So that reference can be used by this from UTF-8 lossy to access the bytes in the vector without actually owning the bytes. So it's roughly the equivalent of passing a pointer to or a reference to the contents of the vector without giving the entire vector ownership of it to this function. So you see it all over the place. So whenever you want to just borrow some data, the default in Rust is to move or to copy if you can't move it. And it supports the copy trait. So it can be very inefficient. So a lot of functions, they'll explicitly say that they need to borrow something, right? Rather than saying it V is if it said V is a vector of U8, then this would actually move the content into the from UTF-8 lossy, and we wouldn't be able to use it again. This wouldn't work. And it would be the alternative would be to make a copy of it for this function, but that's inefficient, right? It doesn't need to own the bytes. It just needs to borrow them in order to construct a string out of it. So you see that all over the place. Okay, so I'm down deep in the rabbit hole. I need to basically know how to take those bytes and make an array buffer out of it. And I was hoping there would be a quick constructor for array buffer, and this looks like it might be it, but I'm not sure about it. I think that's it, but I'm confused why there are 4 copies of it. Actually, I think this is an array buffer method of something called blob. What is blob? This thing. Yeah, but there's an array buffer constructor. I'm surprised I can't just call that. Okay. I'm going to cheat here. Did you ever do an array buffer? Yes, they did. Ha, what is that? Ooh, how did I get here? Oh, this is blob. Okay. What's module then? Interesting. Oh, so this is JavaScript. That's why I'm here. Okay. Right, I was looking at a JavaScript file, not a Rust file. So they don't actually use array buffer constructor anywhere in the Rust there. Yeah. Okay. I'll do a little bit more searching because I'm not comfortable just typing random things. Web sys array buffer. That's back into the documentation. That's JavaScript. Okay. I'm wondering if it can just take the file. Wrong editor. The thing is, it's already been pulled out of here. You know, I'm going to run into problems anyway, right? Because this is asynchronous, right? Don't I have to end up... Doesn't that import give me back a promise? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Subtle crypto. Import key with object. Oh, no, it does give me a promise. Shoot. Okay. I guess we could use that. No, take that back. Wait a minute, how did this work then? Oh, right, there was a then. Then sign, then all this stuff. Okay, so it is asynchronous. Shoot. Let me focus on one thing at a time. First, let me try to get this array buffer. Yeah, I remember that there was no real good way to do this. So I had to do this myself. I wish there was more information here. Right, it's an array buffer, a typed array, a data view, or a JSON web key containing the key in the given format. So I guess it doesn't need to be an array buffer, it could be one of these other things. What's a typed array? Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Okay. So does this like allow me to make int 8 array? Typed array? Hey there, Leonardo Smith. I'm struggling with JavaScript wrapped in Rust. Yeah, that's what I figured. But there's no direct binding for that. Actually, does this have it? No. Oops. Array buffer. Nope. Yeah. Ooh, really? So wasn't BindGen will do it for me? So you're saying maybe I can just pass this myself like that, and it'll just work? And what? Would it work the same if I have a hash map? Just give it a try, yeah. What do I have to lose? I'm really just typing stuff, hoping it'll work now. Hold on a sec. Can I do that and then navigate to that? No, it won't let, but I can go to that. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just hit source here. How come I can't scroll? Where's my horizontal scroll bar? Oh, there isn't one. JS object. You know what? I didn't try this yet. Just searching for that. Seeing if someone else has written code for it. I have a feeling I'm not going to find it. I don't think I'm going to find anyone actually doing it. Actually, is there, in general, examples of people using WebSys directly? What's this? JSys does have array buffer defined? Yeah, maybe. So maybe I just need to go import JSys. It's built on Wasm BindGen. Hey, why not? Cargo. We want JS dash sys equals 0.3. Why did it comment it like that? I don't know. So, JS sys array buffer from what is that? Let thing equal that. What is that thing? It won't let me convert from vector. Okay, it convert from a JS value. What can I do with that array buffer? Suppose I should look at the documentation. So I can make a new one with a length. Byte length is view slice, slice within, oh. From array buffer, from JS value. from Wasm ABI. If I had it as a JS value. Why don't they have a convenient from vector of U8? Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, do I have to do something like I did before here and make it and then do that? Well, then why don't I just give it a U8, a typed array instead? Oh, that's what I want. That's fill 1 byte. I mean, sure. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I can just do it like I did here. Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? So. Binary dir, right? Is JSys uint8 array. Wait. I thought I could call new on it. Yeah. New with length. The length will be the this length. Expected, okay. As U32, why not? To vec. To, but I'm going from a vector to a uint8 array. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to have to just call set index in a loop. So for I byte in content. Oh, Resubaka's your resub finally came through. There's like a 15-minute lag. Enumerate, right? A binary dir set index. This needs to be mutable. That's interesting. Why does it not take a mutable reference? Probably because it's just a handle, right? Index value. So I as U32 byte. This probably needs to be converted to a 32. No? U8. So why didn't it take byte? Is byte not a U8? It is, oh, it's reference to a U8. So I need to dereference it. Okay. I think I got my array in there. So let me debug that. Debug binary dir is binary dir. All right. Let's see if I got that far at least. That I got it into a JavaScript library. Do I need to reload? No, it's not compiling because this does not know what debug is. Now it should know. I should just be watching this when I recompile. Oh, you found me an impl? Because JS doesn't have a concept of a non-mutable pointer. Yeah, sort of weird. But I am learning a lot, even though it's sort of frustrating at times, right? Oh, there we go. So I could have just did a from. Well, let me see if this works first. Reload. Did it not build right? Hold on. I don't know if this Webpack thing needs to be restarted or not. Yeah, so I need to borrow the vector. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, there we go. So choose file, my key. Okay, well, we got it into a uint8 array. Okay. So next challenge is to figure out, I think, how to construct a JS object, which has got those. I guess we can just do JS object construct and then add the keys, right? Or do I want to take a step back and see if instead of doing this, I can do it a different way? So like the other way would be, we can just say this from that. But we have to say it's a JS sys. Well, this is one way to do it. I can just say that. Oh, do I need to slice, like, do that, maybe? Aha! We need to actually explicitly slice it to get it to work. No need for the type. We'll need, if I don't do that now, it'll be like, oh no, you're right, because the type is there. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Is as slice the better way of doing that? As slice. But doesn't that look cooler though? Actually, I think as slice probably is better. It's into, yeah, it should, I think it should be able to figure it out, but oh well, that's okay. You can help it out. Right, so then I don't need this complicated way of doing it. Given that this would work, I guess I'll just try it again. Okay, choose file, open. Okay, we got our uint8 array. Nice. Now to make this map. Okay. Too many tabs open. Yes, this. I want to look at that source. It doesn't go to the right place. I have to search. Okay. Right, it wants me to go there. Do I have that already open here somewhere? No, I don't. Let's open it there. Right, it's a dictionary object, so I need to make a dictionary object. I'm guessing JS object, or JS value from Websys. Too many tabs open. Let's just close some of them. Don't need that anymore. That's my JS sys. Actually, can I just make an object? Well, that's using an existing object. It would be nice if it could convert from something else. From map. What's map? Oh, the JavaScript map. Oh, here we go. From... Oh. Right, I've used from Surdy before. But, I don't know. Do I want to do that again? I'd rather just construct this directly. Object. So it's in wasm bindgen. See, that's the thing. There's oh, I didn't mean to close that. Shoot. History. Recently closed that one. There's wasm bindgen. There's JSSys. And then there's and then yeah, there's too many libraries. Websys. So this has a from entries, you're saying? Oh, it does, yeah. Iterable. Key value pairs. Okay, I think I know how to do this because I can do a bunch of from strings in an array. Let's see if I can do it. So, what do they call this one again? Too many windows. Ah! I don't need that. Don't need that. I already bookmarked that. I have a feeling this used to be... No, that's Bingen. What did this one used to be? Yeah. I want to go to there. Right, because I want to see that's called algorithm. Algorithm is JS value from and... no, it's object. JS object from... Wait a minute, it just says from. Should be a from entries. There's a result, so we'll have to unwrap it. Okay, so the iterable, we can iterate an array, right? Actually, do I even need to do that? I think maybe it is iterable already, so I can just do this, right? So then I would just do JS or websys JS value from string. This no, it's name actually. Name that hash that. Does that work? Maybe not. Expected reference. Okay, so I can just slice it. Can I? Does it also have an as slice? No. So I do need to do this way of doing it, right? No. Wait. From entries wants what? No. Hold on. Yeah, I could use set key value. I kind of want to see if I can get this to work, though. First, hey there, Develop It. This is the first stream of 2021. Yeah, Happy New Year. I said that earlier. How are you doing, Develop It? Yeah, I'm just trying to... this is sort of a subtle way for me to also learn the internals of this stuff. Like, if I ever want to make a dictionary object, just a plain dictionary object, there should be a way to do it, and I'm trying to get to that. So it's sort of a learning process. Oh, it has to be a JS value. So then how does that work? Does it mean it needs to be an array? So, okay. JS values from was and bindgen. And I don't know how to give it what it wants. It wants a list. I guess I could follow the MDN documentation to see what it wants. I think you're right. It's a... Yeah. Iterable such as an array or a map. So maybe we could do a map and just set things and then just do from entries, right? Okay, so then which library would map be in? Would it be in JSys? Yes. So, okay, let's just try map then. Map, new. Can I call new? Yes. Okay. So then, what can I do with the map? I can call set, right? Set. That I can do, right? No. It wants a reference. Have a reference, please. There we go. All right. Getting there, I think. Then hash is this. So I know there's probably an easier way to do this. So I'm working my way to that. And then if I have a map, I can just say turn it into that, right? Object is from JSS. And probably wants to borrow it, right? Okay. Getting there. So let me print that out. Well, if a literal, you think I can pass a literal string here? Just type name? I don't think so. I don't think you can go from a slice to a JS value. I think we're supposed to go through from slice, like that. Into would work, so if I did this into, and then probably take a reference to it. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I kind of like that better, because we don't need to know the actual type name JS value, right? Yeah. So let's just do that. And it fits better on the page too, right? All right, let's see what that looks like. Recompiling, loading, load, key, open. Oh, there we go. So we got an object with, we got exactly what we want. Cool. So we had to go through map to do it. There's probably an easier way to do that, but that's okay. I don't really care too much. So then, I think we got everything we need, right? No, that last thing. What's the last thing? And I keep forgetting what tab that's on. I keep navigating away from it. This one. Source. It wants what exactly? An array. Okay, so we need to give it an array somehow. Actually, the other thing could have taken an array too, right? No, that needed to be dictionary, but we could have made an array to form a dictionary using entries. So I'm guessing that I can just, yeah, say, what's the name of that? Key usages. I can just say JS array new. It would be array buffer new. Probably want to look at JS array, right? Oh, I can do a new. Why didn't it let me do it? Why didn't it show up there? Yeah, autocomplete's not helping me today. And then, actually, does it have a convenience method? From another array, from an iterator. That might work, right? It means I can collect into it, right? So I can say sign into iter collect as an array. That should work, I think. Maybe not. No collect, huh? Oh. That. Can't collect, huh? Oh, do I have to do like a map this into thing here, right? Or I can just do this. It doesn't know the type for that. So the alternate syntax, well, okay, I can just do the map thing I was planning to do. Map S to JS value from string S. And I don't need into iter, apparently. Wait a minute. What's it trying to tell me with that? Oh, iter. Just says do iter. Okay, so cool. So then I can debug key usages. Just baby steps to make sure I have what I think I have. This is a lot more work than I thought it would be. Hope you guys are finding it entertaining though. Array push. Yeah, but it's cooler to use collect, right? What happened here? I don't know. But reload fixed it. There we go. Array with sign in it. Still have no idea what's happening. It's me, it's doing stuff in JavaScript, but in Rust. Because we're going through a we're going through an adaptation layer between Rust and JavaScript because I'm only doing all this crap because Ring didn't work. If Ring would work with WebAssembly, I could just do it with just this code, right? But since Ring doesn't work in WebAssembly, we have to go to what I was going through in JavaScript, which is the crypto subtle import key, and then sign it. This is going to get really weird because I'll get a promise and I'll have to handle that promise, but one thing at a time, right? Okay, so we have everything we should need. So it should be able to take that, and binary dir goes there, and it just needs to borrow it. And then algorithm. True, and then key usages. Okay, so then I should be able to debug that. And that should be a promise, right? Admin private key promise. Just one thing at a time. Recompiling. Update it. Oh, shoot. Now click it. I clicked it too soon. Uncaught promise exception. Oh, because I made a promise and I didn't do anything with it? I dropped it? Probably. Okay, we got a promise. Now I have to figure out how to basically take that promise and turn it into a callback. This is going to be kind of gross. I think the better thing to do would be to learn how in you can make an agent to do this kind of stuff, right? Maybe I should read up on that and see if agent is what I need from the start. Agents, do they have documentation on it? Yeah, they do. Okay, maybe this isn't what I want. Do I want a service then? Yeah, they don't have any documentation for it. But I can look at how their existing services work. Do this thing. Or a task is what it is, not a service. Okay, yeah, that's just something to hold it. All the work is really done here. Yeah, some promise, then some obscure Rust closure. No, I needed to I need something to like maintain the state of the thing for us. Probably this is the wrong thing. I probably should be looking at the fetch task instead, right? Doesn't that work with the promise? Fetch impl. Yeah, see how they have a promise here? Spawn future to resolve fetch. Okay. I think this is sort of what I want to do, the same thing that they do internally in WebSys, I think. So I'm guessing this is a promise. Data fetcher. Where's data fetcher's impl? They not have... Well, that's interesting. They have fetch task, but they don't have... What's... Am I looking at the wrong thing? What's data fetcher? Okay, that's asynchronous. That's why they have spawn. Spawn local is what? Oh. Maybe this is what I wanted all along. Runs a Rust future on the current thread. So just make an asynchronous function that runs on the current thread. Huh. So what does this actually do? It has the okay, so a promise we can await, I suppose. JS future from fetch promise. Await that. Okay. A Rust future backed by a JavaScript promise. Okay, that's what we want. That's fine. That's why they have the task object hold on to it, right? Through a ref cell. Some kind of smart pointer. Okay. Question is, how do I get it back? How do they get it back to this callback? Oh, they just pass the callback through. Okay. Yes. So that just ends up storing the callback so that they just call it there. Okay. Well, wait. That's not right. Fetch impl. Callback. Oh. Link callback is wraps. Okay, this is wrapping a closure and producing another closure or producing a callback. Okay, so the link callback is what I'll call to make the callback that gives me back a message, and that what I get from that, I'm going to then call in a response to the, right, in another task. Where do they do that again? In here. We'll call it after we do our asynchronous awaiting on the promise. Okay. I think I'm getting there. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up encapsulating this into my own kind of task like they have. You know, I wonder if they have they have a task for this. They probably don't, right? So, oh, they call them services on the outside, right? Fetch service. So if I go back to, where's my U documentation? Is this U? Yeah. So here are the services they have. Console, dialog, fetch, internal. Render. Yeah, so they don't have one for just a generic promise, right? It's kind of what I want. I want to say, like, when this promise is done, just give me a message with the results. I'm surprised that they don't have a generic promise service. Maybe it's too low level. They're trying to just represent higher level things. But would that be maybe WebSys has something? Let me try not to get lost here. Promise. Or is it wasm bindgen? Promise. Okay, I'm lost. Which thing had the promise in it? It was down here somewhere. JS future. What? Okay, that is what. Okay, there's another crate called wasm bindgen futures. That's what it is. So it's yet another one called wasm bindgen futures. Yet another library. Why do I get the impression that once I figure all this stuff out, I'll be able to like write my own front-end web framework for Rust? Yeah, there we go. This is what we want, right? Because we have a way of scheduling a future, and we have a promise, so we just need to link the two. Please do. I'd rather just contribute to the one that's there, right? Like, this is a hole in U, right? U doesn't have a convenient way to get to do cryptography, right? Or maybe it's the ring thing, right? So whatever, there's a hole in there where I can't get to the built-in cryptography in the web browser, and I'd like to. So I'm having to descend to the low level to do it. But once I learn all this stuff, then I can maybe contribute back to this project and fill that hole. Yeah, so that's okay. Trying to collect it all in my head so I can maybe do it. XKCD. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd link me to. Situation, there are 14 competing standards. Ridiculous. We should need to develop one universal standard. Yes, now there are 15. Okay. We have the promise. I can use JS future to turn it into a... Okay, I think I know what to do. So let's just turn it into a future. JS future. Oh, that means I am going to have to opt in to that crate we just learned, right? Wasm bindgen futures. Futures. Version 0.4. And then let's look at their docs. So I can just say into, right? Or from the promise. And just import that. Almost. From result is not satisfied. Oh, I need to unwrap this. Did it tell me that it was a result all along and I just didn't see? Let me comment that out for a second. It probably told me it was a result, not a promise, but a result to, but maybe a promise. What? Webpack break again? Probably every time I touch cargo toml, it tends to break, right? Reload. All right. I just need to remember that every time I touch cargo toml, something might break. Oh yeah, there it was wrapped in a result. It was okay, so I need to unwrap that. Okay, and so then this should be okay. Yeah, so then I can debug that, because why not? We're going to debug everything. Debug all the things. Do your thing, Webpack. Thank you. All right. Hey, look at that. We got a JS feature. All right. So then we want to do what Websys was doing and spawn that, right? Where did they do that? Okay, it's when at the border of the sync async stuff is where they did it. So too many things to keep in my head at once. You got a file watcher to restart Webpack every time you touch cargo. What would be better is if Webpack itself would just like reload. But maybe it's a shortcoming of it's not Webpack really, right? Isn't the problem more in the plugin I'm using? WasmPack plugin? That's the thing that should really care about the cargo toml. I'm not touching Webpack's own configuration files, but I am touching what WasmPack uses. All right. Yes, so this did this spawn local thing, right? Yeah. And I have to pass in the callback. So there's two things I need to do. I need to get a callback and I need to just do spawn local, giving it async closure to handle that. Okay, so then, ooh boy. All right, I can do this. We can do this. It can be done. Yeah, I think ultimately I'll package this in some kind of utility, and that basically says like sign something, and then you have to give a callback for like when it's signed, here's the thing. But for now, we'll just do it step by step in our own async thing. So then spawn local is from that. And spawn local wants a future, so we can do an async. Let admin private key equal that, right? And we're gonna want to do a async move. Is that right? Then we're gonna take that future and wait on it. Oh wait, let actually, we're not doing that at all, are we? We're putting that in there. There. Okay, so far so good. So once we've gotten it, we're going to want to unwrap it. And then I'm going to take that key. Well, it's just a JS value. Actually, why don't we just debug it for now? Admin private key. And then I'll worry about how do we get it back to our component in a second. All right, let's see. I think we're getting there. How's the progress with Rust? I'm deep down the rabbit hole, Relix 037, but hello. I'm doing front-end stuff with Rust using U and WasmPack and WebAssembly and JSys, and right now we're trying to use JavaScript, well, the browser's cryptography library from Rust to sign an admin challenge. And we're getting there. Uh-oh. Got a crash. Okay, so we got an error. Data error undefined. What was undefined, I wonder? Line 114. What's undefined? JS data error undefined. Data error undefined. What does that mean? Data error undefined. What if we don't unwrap there then? I want to see what I get. Probably get an error, right? So it has something to do with the import. So something's not right with our parameters, I guess. That's not good. Yeah, we got a data error from trying to import our key. So the data format's wrong somewhere. Yeah, don't forget WebSys and WASM bindgen features, yeah. Hey there, OrDriven. How are you doing? I should wrap up the stream sometime soon. Since it's been 3 hours, I need to, like, pace myself. But I really would like to figure out what I did wrong with this call. Something's wrong with that. I guess I can look at what the documentation says for that function that was here, right? The exceptions. Well, it says I get a syntax or a type error, and I actually got a data error. Not... I didn't get one of the errors they said I'd get. Type or syntax. Data error. Nice to see you in chat, OrDriven. Okay, I'm just looking for things I might have gotten wrong. It's format, key data, algorithm, extractable, which is true, and then key usages. Key usages is just sign. Okay, so I should probably verify that this is the correct length and stuff like that, right? That the data got incorrectly. So I should probably say how long the original thing is here. Oh, I think I might know what the problem is. This isn't the binary dir, this is a PEM file. I forgot to do the, I forgot to do this thing. The A to B. That's probably what it is. The key is not in dir, it's in PEM. And to convert it, you gotta go do the A to B. Actually, there might be even more I need to do. How did I get that key? That would be in the reducer, right? Admin, login, admin start. That's auto login. On admin authenticate. Oh yeah, look, we had to do this. What is this? I forget what this does. Slice 1, -2. What does that do? Remove the first and last characters? Oh, I think this is trimming off all of the... Yeah, this is trimming off all the lines around the PEM. So if I show you the PEM, which I can because it's not a secret really. It's a test key. Yeah, we need the guts of the PEM and turn it into binary is what we need. Yeah, so here's the certificate, right? Or actually, it's the private key we want. This, where was it again? I already lost it. Go back a few times. This slice thing, okay, let me pin that. And then show the key again. Pin that. This, okay, first what we do is we read the file, right? And then split is going to split these lines, and so each one of these is a line, right? And then slice 1, -2 removes that line, right? And it removes these two lines, 52 and 53, right? So then we just have the internal base 64 of the key, right? And then it joins it. Basically, it joins all the strings into one long base 64 string. Okay, and then it goes to where we actually use it. I lost it. Where was that? A to B. Yeah. Then A to B turns it from base 64 to binary. And then that's what we have to give import key. So I have a few extra steps I need to do then. So I can just do what I was doing in JavaScript, right? I lost it. This line. I can do that in Rust. So, this is wrong. I already had it up here, actually. All right, so given the PEM format, we need to split it by lines. So well, can I do it all in one line like I did in JavaScript? So it's dir b64, right? Base 64 is PEM dot split. Well, it's PEM dot. Is it standard string split? Or is it just, what is PEM? Oh, I don't want to parse. Comment that out. I just want a string. PEM dot split the pattern optional character. Ooh, can I split with a optional pattern? So can I say split on either character turn or character turn line feed? Is there an implementation for a B64 version? Just do lines? Oh, I always forget about these things, Sarian. That's why you're here. So, lines. And then with those lines, we want to skip one. And then how do we drop the end? Is it just take? How do we skip the end? I have to take them all and then truncate it, right? So I might as well just collect them into a vector and then make that mutable. There's got to be an easier way to do this, but this is a bonehead way to do it. We would just do truncate that length -2. Actually, I don't even think it would, it's not going to count this last line, is it? So I just need to truncate the last one. I guess I could do that too, Sari, and I can leverage the fact that they have to begin with 2 dashes. Dash is not a valid base 64 character, is it? That's why they picked it there. Yeah, it's probably a smarter way to do it. The take while doesn't stop, does it? Let me look this up. Wrong window. I don't need this one. I probably don't even need that one anymore at all. Rust. Take while. I don't think I want to do take while. I think I want to do a filter, don't I? Don't I just want to do a filter? Filter. Line, not line begins with, starts with. That 3 dashes, I guess, is probably fine. And then I want to join them. Is there no join? That would be to take the whole thing and put it into a string slice, right? A string. Okay, I forget. Join. There's got to be a join somewhere. Slice, so is slice join? That gives me a... That's going to give me a string, right? If empty lines are allowed, I guess we could also filter out empty lines, right? Dot filter line is not empty. But the join part. Oh, okay, I just end with join. So it's just dot join. Most it's a method of a hold on. What context are we in here? I don't even know where we are. What's self here? Self is a join class. Okay. What's a join class? Am I doing this wrong then, Sarian? Do I need to do a like a fold into a string or something? Fold. String new. String line. String dot append line. Two distinct arguments. I thought that's what I gave it. Oh, two distinct arguments. This needs to be mutable. Is it not append? Extend? What's the line here? Oh, it's a... Wait a minute. It's not extended. It's append, isn't it? I'm losing my mind. It's not append. I just don't... I can't remember basic stuff about Rust. Oh, what is it? Join or push? Push. Okay. Push string. I'll get it one of these days. Okay, so that'll do it, but is there an easier way to do it, though? You can do flat map collect. Collect then join. Collect and then join, that will make an intermediate collection that I don't want, right? Isn't this more efficient to just fold it into a new string? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's sort of splitting hairs. This will get me what I want, right? That's in base 64. It doesn't actually need to be mutable. And then we know how to decode base 64. I got done that too. Back to tools. You can collect an array of characters into the string directly. But is that going to be inefficient? You're saying to flatten the map, right? And then collect it, right? Yeah, I don't know if it doesn't really matter. This is easier for me to understand what's going on. It's like drop empty lines, drop lines that start with dash dash dash, fold it into a new string. I'm just going to go with that for now. I appreciate the other ideas though. Should be fast either way. Yeah. So it's like personal preference at that point, right? Yeah. Okay. So I've done base 64 stuff right here. Base 64 decode. Yeah, right there. I just need to see. Yeah. Why are they already up to version 0.13? Base 64 is easy. That implies that they made at least 12 mistakes. Yeah, they're still on 0.13. Good. That better be done. Why don't they move it to 1.0? Come on. Come on, people. Back to here. Cargo toml. So I'm going to have to kick this thing, right? Run dev. The colorizer got screwed up with that Control-C. Okay, now it's fixed. It's doing that preemptively because I touched the cargo toml. All right, so then let binary dir, or we'll just say dir. The name issue here. Let's just call this one dir also. This will just shadow the other one. So this is base 64 decode dir base 64. Unwrap. And then that is what we plug in there. Okay. Oh, sorry, that should just use as slice. Perfect. Probably converted tabs to spaces it back several times. I mean, like, base 64 is so simple. You would think that they wouldn't need to revise it so many times. Okay, what's going on? Is it not building? Did I mess that up or something? Yeah, it should load here. And it did load there. Okay, good. Hey, look at that. I got a crypto key. All right. That took an entirely too long amount of time. Demands from spec lawyers. Yeah, something so low level, they probably got really nitpicky, right? Okay, so all this work to do what now? Okay, we got a file list. From the file list, we got the length that there's one file, and that file has a file list. The file list is length 1. There's one file in it. The file is named key.pem. We got it we got it extracted in base 64, decoded into an array. We set up the algorithm details and the usage of the key, and then we got a promise, which we then sent to a future to resolve it. And inside there, we haven't hooked it back up to the component, but we get back the crypto key. So I want to do more with it. since I'm on a roll now, right? Now we not only want to just get the key, we want to use it to sign something. So what do we do there? That was in authentication. Yeah. So then we signed it using that, and we need to get the challenge. Okay, so I'll move this to where we actually get the challenge string from the server, but right now I'll just use a dummy string just to play around with it, right? So this is what I want next. It'd be nice if I could just reuse that subtle, right? Can I just move it in? Yeah, I'm not using it afterwards, so it'll just get moved in, right? So we can just say subtle.sign. And that's also a promise, right? Yeah, that's also a promise. So, well, that we can turn into a future the same way we did before, right? We'll just say JS from that. JS from that dot await. Oh, I'm being raided by Thrashing Code. How are you, Thrashing Code? Thank you for the raid. I'm learning the hard way how to make a front-end web app. I guess that's redundant. A front-end app, a web app in Rust. Yep, doing it in Rust. I am redoing front end to my game that I've been making, that I did it previously in React, and now I'm doing it in Rust. So it's the app that you can get to if you go to my game, which is incomplete because I didn't finish it. It's a lifelong goal to finish it. We'll get it done at some point. Oh, I should probably show you what it would look like from a normal user, not from that. So like incognito window, if you just go to that omniarania.com, and you can log in with Twitch and all that. And I have the front page of it working because that's easy. And I'm working on the methods to log in. So there's a normal way you log in, and then there's the admin way. I need to do the admin way first. The admin login system requires that you cryptographically sign a challenge string, and that became really hard because the framework I'm using, U and WebSys and all that, doesn't directly wrap the crypto library. So I had to figure out how to get to the crypto library through the window object, and then I'm dealing with it directly, which means I have to do all the wrapping of the JavaScript stuff that it needs from Rust. And so it's painful, but I'm also learning a heck of a lot. So I know now how to take a slice of bytes in Rust and put it into a JavaScript array, and how to generate a dictionary object in Rust that's actually lives. The dictionary lives in JavaScript, where we're handling it from Rust. And then how to take a promise from JavaScript and wrap it to make it a future using the WASM bindgen futures crate. And then, which also provides spawn local, where I take that future and I'm able to wait on it and do stuff with it. And it's all done in the same thread as the app. And I was able to successfully get the private key loaded. So now I'm on a roll. I'm going to take that key and I'm going to use it to sign a challenge string. I don't have a real challenge string yet, so we'll just use a dummy. But the objective is that the server gives you a challenge string, you sign it, you send it back to the server, and then the server knows that you have the private key for the administrator. That's the admin login method. A normal user login, you wouldn't use RSA keys. It would be just a traditional way. Either you'd authenticate through Twitch, or you'd have a direct password that you'd send to the server. Lifelong goal, never finish it, achieve immortality. Yeah. Another way of thinking about it is that it'll probably never get done. But my goal is to have this evolve while as long as I'm streaming, I'll be evolving this game. So hopefully it gets to the point where there's actually something fun to play that I'll continue improving on. Probably never finish it for good though. All right, so I'm in the bowels of taking a crypto key that's in JavaScript, with a Rust wrapper around it, which looks like a JS value. Oh, I never unwrapped it. Let's unwrap it. Unwrap says it had better succeed, otherwise we're crashing. So we get a JS value. So JS value is a generic handle to something in JavaScript. And through the debugger, I saw that it knows that in JavaScript it's a crypto key. So I should be able to take it and use that key here to sign something using that same crypto library, subtle. And I just need to get the syntax correct. This thing, I'll have to do the same thing I did up here, right? Need to get a byte array from a slice of something. So yeah, let's just get the challenge string set up. Challenge string is hello. Well, who goes there? We'll make a real challenge string later. In the real system, it'll be generated at crypto random number generator on the server side. Right? Actually, I guess it can just be a slice for now. So we're going to want to make it into array, right? So let challenge string or challenge array. I guess we'll call it that. I think what I want to do is that dot as bytes instead of as slice. Okay, this we're having trouble with, so let me comment that out. Comment that out, please. Yeah, uint array. That's perfect. Okay, then this last part. Okay. I need to look up the documents. Subtle. Should have a sign method. Okay, so it's not just called sign. They broke it out into sign with junk, right? So I probably want this one, right? Sign with... No, this one's a sign with string and U8 array, right? Yeah. Sign with, yeah, autocomplete's not helping me. Autocomplete's struggling with this JavaScript wrapper junk. Sign with string and U8 array is a method of subtle. I guess I should break this up into smaller pieces so that I don't get confused. Promise. We should get a promise here, right? Let promise equal that. No method named that. There is an associated function with a similar name. Really? Did I just misspell it? Oh, it looks the same. And I do have those activated, right? Those features we activate in cargo toml there. So I should have that. What am I missing? That probably needs to be borrowed. Oh, do I need to wrap it correctly? Or do I need to go through one of the other ones that takes an object? No, they all take crypto key. How do I get a crypto key? Oh, it probably has a from JS value, right? Yeah, I probably don't need to worry about that. Have you tried reloading VS Code? I've had issues with autocomplete. Not in a while. I'll try that if I can't figure out why there's a syntax error here. This is wrong, bad syntax here. What do we get back? We're gonna end up getting another promise, right? Another promise. Unwrap. It just has a problem with this saying that there's no method named that. So... is it a version thing? Am I just misspelling this? No. Often these files contain the cert chain, not only one. Also, the header line should give you used algorithm hint. I don't think this one did. Just says private key. I think I know what you're saying about certificates, yeah. Like, you can tell a difference between a certificate and a private key in that string. Yeah. Or if it's a public key, it'll say begin public key. In the case in my app, I know what it should be, so... I think what I'm gonna do... Oh, hello, kitty. Wanna say hi to the stream? He won't come over here, though. That's the problem. I'll have to go grab him. If I click on... Okay, yeah, it's having trouble finding these things. Just out of curiosity, what does the compiler error say? Digest with string and U8 array? Huh. I wonder if it's a version thing. So what version am I on? 0.3, 0.348. It's the latest. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try the reloading thing. I thought I did have I thought I had crypto key on there. Oh, you're right. I have crypto, but not crypto key. Thank you, Sarian. That's very subtle. I don't think I would have noticed that. I don't remember ever seeing this before. Tamil language server? I don't know what it's trying to tell me, but I don't care. It's UI npm run dev. That's probably what it is, right? This is crypto key, not crypto, yeah. All right, so we need crypto, crypto key, and subtle crypto. Building. Actually, I think it looks like it's happy now. Okay, so. What do I get? Okay, I'm confused. What am I getting back from it? I have a compiler error. What is it? From is not implemented by JS Pro. Oh, this needs to be unwrapped, I guess. Interesting. Okay. What's wrong with these arguments? Oh, shoot. I have a JS value. I need to tell it that it's actually a crypto key. And it actually... Oh, okay. It doesn't need a JavaScript array here. It just needs a... Okay, so I don't need to do the array here. I can just do directly this dot as bytes. Interesting. No? What's the error? It needs a mutable reference? Why does it need a mutable reference? What? Okay. Is that because sign wants to mutate it? Why? Why make the data mutable? Oh, does it replace it with the signature? Hey there, N. Perry. How are you today? All right. So, okay, let's compare it to what I had before. And I had that before here somewhere. Find it. No. It was in authentication. Yes. Yeah, this didn't require passing something that would mutate. It will give me a signature out. Yeah, well, yeah, I think you're right, OR driven. The PEM format's pretty open, and yeah, for when it's convenient or required to have more parameters, they probably put it in that line, yeah, that first line. But for the ones I'm using, they weren't there. That's why we have to mention it directly what the format of the key is, or the algorithm that we're using. Actually, I guess this is the format, and this is just matching this, saying that we're going to use the key with RSA, right? Actually, I'm not sure. This might be the generic format, and this is saying what the content of the key is interpreted. What algorithm interprets the content of the key. Anyway, I'm kind of surprised that this takes a mutable reference. Why? Why would that take a mutable reference? I know what we can do. We look at the code. What's the code do? I wonder if it has... Okay, where is it? Sign... Wait a minute. This is different. Oh, I could use buffer source back to a JS object. Yeah, I'm just curious why this needs to be mutable. Let's try the other one. Sign with string and buffer source. Let's try this one. Then I will need the challenge array. Right? Okay, but then this is still a problem. I need to take we have the crypto key, and I need to get it out of the JS value somehow. I think we just need to tell the wrapper what it is. So let me look. Crypto key. Is there a way to like make it? Am I gonna just do into? Yeah, that worked. Okay. And then what we're gonna get out of that is the signature, right? So this isn't another promise, then this is the signature. So I can just do debug signature. Let's see. Choose. You must choose your file. Okay, cool. I didn't print out anything useful about it. It's just an array buffer. So what can we do with an array buffer? Too many tabs. Actually, it's going to be a JS value, right? Is there an into that we can use with it? How do we get stuff out of it? Is object? How do we consume it back into Rust? I could do into surdy again, but I really don't want to. Oh, is it like... okay, if it was a Boolean, F64 or a string, we could do it. But if it's an array buffer, we can't. If I could, maybe, okay, okay, I think I know what you can do with it, right? We can do, we can say array buffer into, or as maybe JSys. I don't want to import that directly. Yeah, that we could probably do, right? Then it probably just interprets it as that. Actually, am I going to get a result back? No, it's just an array buffer. Okay. If it's an array buffer, I can print out its size and stuff, right? JSys. I'm going to have to, like, get my head straight about the difference between WebSys and JSys and all this stuff. Okay, so there's byte length. That's what I can get, right? And if I wanted to get the slice, I'd just do... what do I do? Typed array, yeah. So, So you're saying I could probably, instead of just that, I can just say uint8 array. And then it'll interpret as bytes, right? And then I'll have the ability to just fetch things out. Be convenient if you can just get it as a slice, like into. It would be helpful if they gave examples, wouldn't it? Copy to. I guess I could do that. I could put memory in Rust and then just do copy to. To vec. There we go. Efficiently copies the entire... Yeah, that's what I want. To vec. Is it going to be smart enough about that? Okay, I have to say it's into a uint8 array. JSys. Oops. Is it... Okay, my brain's starting to hurt, so I'm going to do this in 2 steps. Let signature array of that type equal that. Let signature equal signature array to vec. Okay. And then if I, like, said U8, and then I don't need to say this, right? Oh, actually, no, I guess I still do. Because, yeah, it won't know the type. Okay, let's just try that. Am I just impatient about the reloading? No, I think it's just stuck. Stuck again. All right, choose file. Uh-oh. Expected a number argument. Ooh. One guy! Just a resubscribe for a whole year? Wow. Thanks for the resub, one guy. Expected a number. Is that trying to tell me that it's not actually an array? I suppose I should look at this, see what type it probably will give me. Back. Okay. The sign with object and buffer source is what I used, right? Okay. It doesn't actually tell me what type I get back out. Fine. What does it give me back out? It gives me an array buffer. And as we were saying before, an array buffer is generic memory. I need to view that using a typed array. Okay, so, right, I just didn't read what LG said. I need to actually make a uint array from it. I can't just interpret it like that. Let's do this in steps. And then I'm guessing I can just say this JS sys uint array from the buffer? No. Okay, so I need to look up how do we call its constructor? Oh, just new. New. Oh, so I don't need to do that casting then. I can just do this. All right. So I could probably make this cleaner if I got this right. Well, thank you for that follow. Reload. Choose a file. Hey, look at that. I got a signature. Great. Man, so much work. Because I'm such a noob here. All right, so I can just put that straight into there. I don't need that. And then I can put that there and just put tvec at the end there. I know. I hope it's fun for you guys as much as it's fun for me. It probably looks like I'm stumbling through this stuff, but I'm learning a ton. It's going to be like the reflection later and then looking back at the code and then reading more docs where it kind of then starts to sink in what means what. Because in my head still it's a jumble. I'm not sure what JSSys is in relation to WebSys and WASM-bind gen and all that. They probably have very good separation of concern. I just don't, it hasn't settled in my mind yet. So what I find the most useful is to get something to work and then go back and analyze, well, what did I do? And were there any things I could make more efficient because I maybe did some intermediate steps I didn't need to do? Or like, you know, when Sarian says I should just do the lines function rather than doing a split on the end of line characters. It's those improvements that I make that where we kind of iteratively get to a more optimal solution. And it's better to do, I think that to do that long process, it's better learning-wise than to just jump straight to the solution. Because if I just wrote the final code now, if I even knew how to do it, then I'd be skipping all of the struggles that leads me to learning things, right? So I find it all I find it all as not a waste of time. It's useful in experimenting and learning from this stuff. Okay, so to clean this up, I really should put this off into a utility somewhere. Ultimately, I wanted to get this back. Oh, I wanted to get it back into as a message, right? So I should be able to do a callback signature. Actually, yeah, callback signature, right? That's what I want to do. And then I need to construct the callback out here, right? Let callback equals self.link.callback signature message admin key signature ready. Signature. So we'll define that message type up here. Ultimately, I want a string. I want a UTF-8 encoded string. So what's the problem here? Oh, did I not do that right? Right, I need to do, there's a syntax for that. I just forget what it is. You can validate your solution by searching GitHub for those cryptos functions. That's true. Right, exactly. The lines function is just a wrapper around the split terminator function. As long as it handles character turn, line feed, character turn, all those different combinations, then I'm happy. Especially if I do this, you know, dropping the lines I don't care about. All right, so I need to cheat again. Look at what fetch did. Where was fetch? Oh, that's back in librs. Fetch. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so it got a callback. What does it do with callback? It puts it into data fetcher, which then in fetch data, it actually does look like it's calling it like a function. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Then, is this new wrapping? No, it's still a callback. I don't get it. Is callback actually look like a function? All right, so there's something I'm missing. Maybe there's an into I'm missing. Because it really looks like it's being called like a function. Oh, here it is. It really is a function. Okay, so how do they use it? Okay, it's emit. That's what I was missing. Emit. Emit. Emit signature. Okay, so yeah, I just need to do the base 64 encoding. So that's base 64 encode signature. Right? All right. Now I should get back, if I collapse that, because we don't want to look at it for a while because it was too painful to write. Actually, I want to just do autofill the arm. There we go. It'd be cool if it also sorted it alphabetically, but that's okay. So then I'll just say debug, prepared, admin, challenge, signature. Signature. Actually, we just print it. Actually, debug print for a string will just print it in quotes, right? Let me rename this while I'm at it. This should just be admin challenge. Or admin challenge signature ready. What did I call it in the game messages? It's like admin response or something. Client messages. Auth response. Yeah, okay. So we'll call it auth response ready. Auth response. So then the final step here, when I actually hook it up with the backend, would be we would send this auth response with this signature string to the server. And then the server would say, yeah, this signature matches, so they are the admin. So let them do whatever the admin can do. All right, let's try it. There we go. Prepared auth response. Yay. So to clean this up, I probably don't need all this debugging. Where am I? Oh, right, because I collapsed it all. Sorry. It's this one, right? Okay, clean this up. I did use the PIM. This can just go here, right? The more that I collapse together, though, the harder it becomes to read it. So maybe I leave that because someone can look up PIM and say it's privacy enhanced mail, so they'll know that, oh, it's a PIM format. And then I'm breaking up okay, so I'll leave that the way it is. I could probably combine these two, though. We're going to base64 decode that. And just call it the DER, which stands for something else I can't remember. Okay, and this I can collapse, right? I can just say, that goes there. This goes there. So this is doing everything we can in Rust, right? And then we're getting access to the crypto system in Java in the window, and then taking the dir and putting it into JavaScript. We don't need to debug it. This was to make an object. So if there's not already a convenience method, I could do the same thing, right? I'll just leave it alone for now, and then right. I don't really need to print these. I want to clean this up, but not now. So then here's where we get the promise. We don't need to see the promise. I can just call it the future directly because I can just say, hey, we're going to make a promise from that. Don't need to debug it. I do need to construct a callback because it gets moved into this asynchronous closure. So this is just preparing what we need to go into the closure. What goes into the closure is the callback and the future. This was used, this is, okay, and also subtle goes into the future too because we use it again, but this gets packaged into the promise which goes into that future. Okay, I don't need to see that. This is just for temporary. This is the wrong word, right? This should be signature promise. So this is a little clumsy. So we're taking the promise, making it into a future, waiting on it, making sure it's valid. So another thing I need to do later is a lot of these places where I have unwrap, instead I should bubble it up to the UI and say there's something wrong with the key, right? There should just be, instead of crashing the web app, it should just show in the window so that, hey, the key you just typed in or you loaded is bad. But right now we'll do unwrap for now. I don't need to see the signature here. Leave. So I could combine lines like these together, but I leave them separate because the word here helps a reader say what we're emitting is a signature. If I didn't do that and I just put that in here, then it's not obvious what we're emitting, right? It's like, maybe from this name we can tell it's a signature, but it's harder to read. So sometimes I'll leave code there uncombined because the name of the intermediate helps the reader. We're still in crypto. We're done with the crypto stuff, A squared. I'm just cleaning it up. Check it out, A squared. I got a signature. We've done all we need to do. You is working hard for me. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Balrog. Okay, yeah, so I'm just cleaning up all this stuff. So to continue the cleanup, I don't need any of this junk. And I kind of want to take this and put it in a convenience method, because, hey, maybe in the future I might want to sign something else sometime, right? So this I could put into a function that says, like, extract PIM, extract DER, right? What does DER stand for? Crypto DER. RSA. It means something. Distinguished encoding rules encoding. That's what it means. Distinguished encoding rules. Yeah, because the it turns out what's stored in the what's in the byte stream of a key file or certificate is really a complex data structure encoded in ASN.1. That's why it has these weird names like dir. It's actually the serialization of a complex data structure, which has to do with this algorithm, actually. I've had a bit of GOT binge. So you're just closing up shop with cup summit. Yeah, I haven't streamed since December of last year. Have a good night, Mr. Balrog. The token was leaked, yes. Good thing it's a test token. Okay. Yeah, I kind of feel like making a library, a util. Like just a generic utilities module. So out here make utilities rs. Here save, and then we'll I did come back because I missed you, Perry. Who's the best mod? Who knows? But Perry's a pretty good mod. Missed Perry. I'm trying to decide, do I just leave it as mod and then let this thing import, like we would just say something like use create utilities. I'm going to be calling it extract key, extract from PIM. Like, is that clumsy, or would it be better to just say that, and then the crate would have to use that from utilities? Actually, I think I prefer that, because then it's clear that it's coming from utilities. All right, so the utility would have a function that, and let's just make it as useful as I can. So it's going to have some type T, which is a reference to some slice of PIM, which is a T, and it's going to give back out a vector of bytes, right? And then that's what I'm extracting from this first part here. I suppose we want to have it return a result because it might not decode properly from base 64, so result anyhow error. So copy that and paste there and remove the unwrap. And I'll to import some stuff here. Oops. Okay, use anyhow error. Actually, I don't need to do that. What am I doing? The problem here is what? Oh, because I need to do PIM as ref. Am I missing something? Oh, decode doesn't return an anyhow error. It returns a decode error. So that's a base 64 decoder error. That's still not right. What am I doing wrong here? Found type. Oh, because of the let. There we go. It's always one thing that I miss. PEM can contain multiple certificates forming a chain. Yeah, so what this is just doing is extracting the raw bytes of the PEM file. So how you interpret the... Oh, you're saying that there might be multiple PEMs, or might be multiple byte streams, right? Yeah. This is only... So I should maybe be more explicit in the naming. This is... where am I? Where am I? Let's just rename it here. This is extract. How do I want to name this? Extract from PEM single object. Yeah, I understand, Bertolo. And hello. That's why I renamed it, because you're right. I'm using it in the context of assuming that there's only one object in the PEM file. What I've been using it for is reading this private key, which is okay for me to show because it's a test key. But see here, there's only one object. You're right that there might be, you know, you might have multiple keys. It's perfectly acceptable in PEM to just say, hey, here's another key right here, right? And my code here would do the wrong thing. It would essentially collapse the two key objects and glue them together. But in the context of what I'm doing, I know that there's only going to be one thing, so I think with the name, I'm going to... What's the right word? The name asserts that we expect there to be a single object in the PEM. Then it's just simpler that way. All right, so then I'm going to use that back here. Say the dir is that. Oops. It's PEM, right? PEM. And that didn't get imported correctly because that didn't get updated correctly. Why didn't that not work? Oh, it's private. Yeah. Public, please. There we go. And then I guess we never used Websys crypto, so we can delete that. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up work that I've been doing for the last few hours. Yeah, I'm sure there won't be any more keys. If I wanted to handle something with multiple, I'd probably make another utility that said extract from PEM multiple objects, and it would return a collection of some kind. Or I guess I could just make it return an iterator. And then it would properly handle the beginnings and endings of things as a more generic version of it. Yes, it's the first stream, and I'm starting off with a long one. I shouldn't do this, Cthulhu. Yeah, it's the same game, but I'm rewriting it in Rust because I got really excited about Rust. One key is part of the caller's contract. Yeah, I suppose you can see that it's going to give you one thing as an output, and so if you expected multiple things, you would know not to use this function, right? Yeah, I need to end the stream soon because my voice is wearing out. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow, though. What I want to do is move this to something more generic. In fact, it should be probably moved to utilities. The stuff that's specific here would be extracting it, right? Everything following here should be taken out and moved. And what I'm really doing, I'm doing two things, right? I'm getting a key, and with that key, I am then signing something. So really there should be two of these. There should be admin key, like constructed or something, right? Admin key, what do I want? Admin key imported? Loaded? No, loaded is what I already have. Loaded, maybe I change the name of this. Admin key PEM loaded? Names are the hardest thing. Make sure I drink plenty of water. That's why I have this. Admin key parsed. That's a good one. Thank you, LG. I really don't know how to say your name. I hope you're okay with me saying LG. I'll give you another point because it's the first point you got here. What can you do with points? Nothing. Not yet. But if I ever get my game together, you can use points in my game. So it gets a crypto key, right? Oh, that's why I had that import before. It's this one. Here is the oh, it's a JS value. But it needed to be a crypto key. Right, so I can just do that. Okay, so it can be a crypto key. We kind of want it to be a crypto key anyway, right? So it's explicit. Okay, so added that. And let's collapse this for a second, and we'll add, just add it manually, admin key. Okay, let's move into there the parts that I need. So I'm going to end up doing one of these. So all this down to here. So we're going to get a callback that the auth response is ready, and oh, that means I also need to have the challenge string later. Okay, right now it's hard-coded. Right, okay. So then this I don't need. And this is just admin key. Oh, I need subtle too, shoot. I guess it's okay to just make another one, right? Yeah, let's just make another one. I think this just ends up getting a reference to the existing system anyway, so it's fine, right? I feel better getting it outside and then spawning, moving into that future. Okay. Then to cut the cord here, there is, I would say that this just calls back emit message. No, I don't even need to. I just emit this one into. And then because this is going to be admin key parsed. Admin key. And the type system will figure it out, right? Right? Why does it say it's a string? JS value. Oh, because I had to move. Wait, what? Yeah, that's correct. How come it didn't figure this out? Maybe because I have a bunch of junk here after it. Should just be that, right? Okay, it figured it out now, but I have another error up here. It doesn't know that type. Import it. Okay, cool. And, oh yeah, this is redundant. You can just say that and get rid of the name. Isn't that sweet? It's getting cleaner by the moment. Okay, so then cutting out code where I don't need it. This I can shorten, right? Actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't matter. Oh, what happened there? Oh, I butchered the name. It doesn't matter if that is the admin private key. It's just any key. So I could just make this more generic. I'll just leave it for now. But I will make this name shorter. Then this can just be all put into here, right? And I can shorten this name. Okay. And then, you know what I could do? No. Sorry, I keep mumbling to myself. I mumble the longer the stream lasts, and we're at past 4.5 hours. I think what I'm going to do is leave comments for myself so that later when I clean this up, it'll be easier for me to understand what goes where, because I'm not going to completely finish this today, or until I take a break. Oh, I made a lot of assumptions here, right? That there's one file that you dragged in, not multiple. I'll deal with that later. Tesla RX, how are you today? My bot? All right. Challenge string is that. Make an array out of it. Then there's a promise to sign it. Then actually fulfill the promise by waiting on it. And then we can admit back out. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So that's good and clean enough for now. So once we parse the admin key, we use it to sign. That, and and the signature is an auth response that's ready to be sent. Okay. So from the beginning, the button that I added called there's an or it's not a button, it's an input. There's an input field where if you drop a file into it or you select a file, it sends the admin key selected message. And what that does is it expects that you gave it a file list. It will, if you gave it a file list, it will look at the first item and then use a reader service to read it. The contents of the file are given to admin key loaded. Admin key loaded takes the file contents and parses it as a string, and then uses this utility I wrote to extract the object, the key, the binary of the key out, and then it puts it into JavaScript, gets the crypto library, specifies what algorithm we're using and that we're going to use it to sign things, and then tells the JavaScript crypto library to import the key. And because that's a promise, we need to wrap it into a future and wait for it. And then when we get back out, we're going to then emit back to the admin key parsed. And then that takes the key, and again with the crypto library, uses the key with the challenge string to sign the challenge string with the key. And then it gets the signature out of that promise by waiting for that, and then emits that back out to auth response ready. And then that just right now just prints it out. So let me just run it again to make sure I didn't break anything. So it looks like I missed some debug prints, but yeah, the whole intent of this is when you choose a key in there, it's going to take that key and the challenge it receives from the server, signs it, and then with this, it's going to send that back to the server, and that's how it authenticates. So pretty much, I have all the mechanisms I need. I would like to make this more generic, though. Really, this belongs up here. This all goes together as something more generic, right? This means take this key and give it to a callback. So how can I extract this out? Pub function parse key, parse private key, and the format is a string. Yeah, it's a PEM. So, and it's going to be owned. So I just make PEM as a string. Or really, it's better to do a T where T is into string. It's more polite, right? And we're going to get back out a callback which gives us a crypto key, right? And there's the body. And... oh, no, this isn't right. The callback is an input. It actually, this doesn't have an output. Right, so then you pass in the PEM and the callback. And you get nothing out. Right, because that callback goes here. Okay, so I just need to import certain things. U callback. Crypto key comes from WebSys. Window, well, PEM needs to do pem.into. Window comes from uutils. JS value comes from bindgen. JS future comes from wasm bindgen futures. Spawn local also comes from wasm bindgen futures. Cool. So we have it all packaged in a nice utility. Let's try to use it here. So this would be parse private. Let's put the use in to help me out here. Use crate utilities parse private key. Parse private key PEM callback. Easy peasy, right? How does the server obtain the public key to verify the signature? It's part of the server's, it's in the server's database, really. Anytime that I want or need to have a new admin, I generate a key pair, and then there's a little bit of a chicken and the egg problem, because what if you have no admin key already registered, right? Let's assume that the server already has some key registered. If I wanted to add or replace the key, I would generate the key pair, private and public key, hold on to the private key, take the public key and send it to the server, and the server would store it in the database. The A-square is right for the very first key. It has to be manual, because how do you tell the server to trust the right person? You have to, as the admin, when you set up the server, you have to provide the server manually the initial public key, saying the only key you can trust is the private one that goes with this public key. So when I set up my game server, I will manually insert into the database the very first public key for the admin. And then if I ever wanted to, let's say I wanted A-squared to be also an admin of the server, I'd probably generate a new key pair for him, or no, I would have him generate a key pair and he would send me the public key. Then I would log in as the admin and add his public key to the admin key set, right? And then he would be able to log in as an admin using his private key. But yeah, the very first key has to be manual. Otherwise, you have a chicken and the egg problem. Who do you trust if you have no way to authenticate? So usually the server will start with some kind of manually inserted public key. All right, so that's nice and clean now, right? We should package this up too. So it's this whole thing, right? This is sign something and call this message with the signature. So we're done with that. Pub sign with key, and the key is given to us, right? Yes. Yeah. So and it can probably just be borrowed, right? So if I do a borrow, though, I might have a problem because it's of the async move. So I need to maybe wrap it into a reference count. So doesn't really need to be generic then, right? Key RC. It probably doesn't need to be in a ref cell because it doesn't need to be mutable. So just say crypto key. Subject T, where T is as ref string. Okay, and then we also need to give it a callback. Callback with the signature, which is going to be a base64 encoded string. There we go. What's the best analogy to explain the private versus public key in the case of the communication across different network protocols, say WSDL and HTTP? Well, public versus private key, that's terminology from public key cryptography, right? So if you go to public private key, where's a good intro? Well, public key cryptography, right? So if you go to this, it's all inside, encapsulated in conceptually within this. Has nothing to do with HTTP or WSDL. It's just the concept of an asymmetric cryptography, so that you have two keys that are bound by some common secret. That as long as you keep the private key private and you don't share it, then anyone can use the public key to verify a signature made with the private key, and among other things. But that's what I'm using it for today. So the best analogy to explain it, I think, is probably in this Wikipedia article. So I'd refer you to read that. But let's see, a really high level, like layman terms, analogy to public-private key. I guess Bertolo is good. That's a good way to explain it. Yeah, that everyone has access to the padlock's interface, right? But only one person has the key. So anyone can look at the lock and say, oh, I need a key, right? And they could try to use their own key and it probably won't fit. Where the analogy breaks down is where you can say, well, you could pick the padlock, right? But let's say it's a kind of padlock that you can only look at from the outside, and you can't physically manipulate it to unlock it. I don't know. That's where the analogy breaks down, but that's as close as we can get, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of Wikipedia, is they could use complicated language, but I don't see any math in here. Okay, they get to example algorithms, and that's where it maybe goes into the weeds. Yeah, I don't know. It might not be the best, but that's where I would try to start with, is just an introduction to public key cryptography. Picking it would be breaking RSA. Yeah, exactly. So theoretically it's possible, but no one's done it yet. Unless you brute force it, which implies just trying a large subset of the possible keys. Yeah, well, the cool thing about public key cryptography is you can not only do signature verification, but you can also do encryption in both directions. With the public key, you can encrypt something that only the holder of the private key can decrypt. And it works the other way around. You can have someone with the private key can encrypt something that basically proves that the holder of the private key is the one that encrypted it. So everyone can decrypt it, but it can't be forged unless you have the private key. So it's really kind of cool what you can do with the keys. It all boils down mathematically to be that it's a one-way operation. It's easy to go one way, but really hard to go the other way, unless you know the secret bit, the secret bits, which are in the private key. It has to do with like large prime numbers, and basically what the private key holds onto that's really private is the very large prime number that you picked. That when you generate a public-private key pair, you're picking like a very large prime number, and the idea is that it would be hard for them to guess what prime number you picked, because they would have to be able to factorize extremely large numbers, like what A squared said, 10 to the 77, and to narrow down and find out which prime number you picked. Yeah, as we go on year to year, the number of bits required to keep it secure increases. So 20 years ago, a 256-bit key was probably fine, but nowadays, like Bertolo says, anything less than 1,000 bits is insecure. Because you get a fast enough computer, you can brute force to find the private key. So like 10, 20 years from now, the minimum size for a key will be even bigger. If we're using RSA at all, maybe we'll reach a point where someone cracks RSA finally, and we'll have to switch to a different algorithm. It's a race against. It's an arms race, really. Okay, so yeah, we want RC. I guess what we'll do is pull in subtle there. And then that's just key. And then, actually, do I need that? Or can I just do that? Oh, no. It gets... oh, right. A borrow of an RC can be derefed to a borrow of the thing inside, right? Okay, and then subject is this. Subject string as ref. Oh, what did I do wrong? May not live long enough. Oh, yeah, we need to do this outside. Let subject equals subject as ref. I think... actually, I might need to clone it. Or I might need to say that this has static lifetime. Right? I'm going to get into the weeds with lifetimes. Is that reasonable? I suppose if you didn't have a static string, you could just clone one to make it. But yeah, this needs to hold on to it indefinitely, so it should be static, right? I'm just wondering, is that a reasonable interface? That give me something that can be referenced as a string, and oh, by the way, it has to live forever. 4096 for high security? At least for now, yeah. How hard is making a static string? Easy, you just clone it. An owned string has static lifetime, right? So you can just clone it and pass it to this guy and it'd be fine. All right, so back to here. So this would just be make the callback and then sign with key, right? Sign with key. Admin key. Who goes there? Callback. Right? Did I get that right? Yep. Okay. So then delete all this stuff. We don't need it. Borrow it. Oh, right. I have to do RC new. Yep. Okay. And sure, we'll import the RC. Okay, back to working again. Wait, what are you asking, A-squared? Well, the compiler will accept, like, this is static, right? But let's say it's not. I could just clone the string at that point. I would need to clone it because who knows how long it'll take to sign with the key, right? So you have to tell the compiler has to say, well, I don't know how long this future is going to take. I guess the alternative is you can have the future. This can have a lifetime. So this can have some lifetime, right? Then I don't know if I'd be able to use spawn local because spawn local needs static, right? So I might have to find like an alternative to spawn local that could take a future restricted to the tick A instead of tick static. Yeah, it's like what this says, right? Schedule in the background can't contain any stack references, so yeah. Basically, we would have to clone it if it wasn't already static, which is fine, right? It's just a small string, who cares? Yeah, clone string is owned. An owned type is you can hold on to it forever. You would give this when you move, it just gets owned by this closure now, and yeah, no problem, A squared. I wouldn't have been able to argue that a few months ago. That's one of those subtle things that you I think pick up after you've been practicing with Rust for a while is you start to get the concepts of ownership and borrowing. Yeah, but it takes a while. At first you're like, what the heck does that mean, right? And then after a while you realize that that just means that this type, this string type, this subject variable has to be either owned, like you gave me a capital string, or it needs to be a slice that doesn't expire. It lives for the rest of the program. See you, Bertolo. Thanks for being here. Break tomorrow at work. Have fun breaking your stuff tomorrow at work. I should do more of these. Yes, maybe I'll resume tomorrow. I got to end soon. I'm almost at 5 hours. I've been lucky. I only dropped 39 frames. Knock on wood. All right. I got it mostly cleaned up now, right? So you can actually read this code now. It's actually in reverse order, right? First you select the key, then it loads it, and then it parses it, and then it signs it. And we end up down here. The only thing left to clean up would be maybe this, like do something with file list, do something with file list, right? And the something would be to load it as an admin key. Static is the ultimate lifetime, right? It means that, as I learned yesterday from watching John Who, he just produced a video about variants and subtypes, and basically the static lifetime is a subtype of all lifetimes, right? If you have something that is a static lifetime, it can be used in a contract that needs any lifetime, but you can't say the reverse. A limited lifetime can't be used when a static lifetime is required. I'd recommend watching John's videos though. You won't understand anything the first video, but after you watch a few of his videos, things will click. And what I like about his approach is he will construct it live on the fly, and if you're there watching his stream, you can actually ask him questions about it. There's no known algorithm that's better. Not yet. Well, you guys have recommended I watch John's videos, right? Okay, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream now because it's pretty clean, and I have them nicely separated into here. I could clean these up even more, I guess, and make them more useful, but they're pretty nice as, if we just close them up, it's pretty understandable, right? Given a PEM object, we can get the bytes out. Given a what is this? Oh, I wonder if I need that anymore, because that's just used by that, right? Yeah. So this maybe doesn't even need to be public. So yeah, you basically given a PEM, you can get a crypto key out. And given a crypto key in and some subject, you can get a signature out. And I'm using them here. Yeah, so I think I'm going to wrap it up and hopefully be back tomorrow if my voice isn't broken. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Stick around. I'll try to find someone interesting to watch. Let's see. Good night, LG. Been a while. He was here earlier. I think I'm going to raid Chris Griffin. I hope you guys enjoy Chris Griffin's stream. Here's a link to who I'm about to raid. He's working on the chat overlay. If you notice the chat overlay above my head, it's written by Chris, and we're about to raid his stream, and he's actually working on it. So I hope you guys enjoy that. Explain how complexity decrease is not possible, because the way you're understanding is based on whether a task that needs to be done, the computer understands it in terms of 0 and 1, but you guess you have to look into it. Oh, is there any reasons for quantum computer being unable? From my limited understanding of quantum computers, they operate on fundamentally different principles from digital computers. And so the intuition that you formed about how computers work, a lot of it doesn't apply to quantum computers at all. So the few YouTube videos I watched about quantum computing convinced me that I don't understand how to even think about quantum computers yet. So I don't even try to make guesses at this point. Okay, let me hit the raid thing. There it is. Oh, I don't even have to type his name because he's in the top of my list. I'm going to start that raid. So stick around if you want to see Chris working on the chat overlay that's above my head. And otherwise, I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, probably around the same time, like about 19 hours from now, I hope. We'll see, though. Until then, have a good night. See you later, folks. Bye. Bye-bye.